Belmont-Redwood Shores School District School Board at 5:03 p.m. Next item, public to address the board on closed session items. If you're addressing the board on a non-agenda item, please be aware that the provisions of the Brown Act prohibit the board from acting or discussing such matters at this meeting. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person per topic. Ms. Ellinger, are there any requests for public comment?
No, there are not, President.
Thank you, Ms. Ellinger. And now we will convene to close session and we will return to open session at approximately 6:15 p.m. So I've now convening the meeting to close session. We are reconvening to open session this meeting of the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District School Board at 6:15 p.m. Could you please rise for the flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item number 6, announcements report on the closed session. This meeting is being recorded. In the closed session, during closed session, the board voted 5-0 to approve a settlement agreement. Dated February 24th. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
sorry.
Number, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's just the
That's
number.
all right.
I apologize, everybody. A settlement agreement 02-2023-24 between BRSSD and one student in lieu of pending litigation. Item number 7, approval of the agenda and consent agenda. Can I get, yes,
Just a couple of notes on the consent agenda tonight. There are 2 resolutions. The first is the Day of the Teacher and the second is Classified School Employee Week. This is recognizing the importance of each of our employees. They are the heart and soul of our district, and we are truly grateful for their service day in and day out. The Day of the Teacher falls on May 8th. Classified School Employee Week is May 19th through the 25th, and those dates are adopted statewide. So those are the dates that we follow. This year, the district will be acknowledging all of our teachers and classified staff's years of service at our district-wide barbecue and celebration, which is going to be on May 8th. I also want to note that on today's consent agenda is the instructional calendar, which was recently ratified by BRSFA and has been posted as a draft pending board ratification to our community, but it's on the agenda tonight for official approval.
thank you, Superintendent DeGuara. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the agenda and consent agenda?
So moved.
Right, can I get a second? Trustee Bruno, and that was initiated by Trustee Linebaugh. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Passes unanimously. Item number 8, speakers wishing to address the board. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. The board appreciates and supports stakeholder input at our meetings. Engagement by members of the public in civic matters is a cornerstone of our democracy. The board has established guidelines for its meetings so that we're able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. Within those guidelines, members of the public have the opportunity to address the board. To submit a question or comment, please complete the speaker card by the start of the open session at 6:15 p.m. You may see Ms. Ellinger for a speaker card at this time. During the meeting, speakers will be called upon to make their comment. If you're addressing the board on an agenda item, we will call on you to provide your comment before the board discusses that item on the agenda. If you're addressing the board on a non-agenda item, we will take those comments at this time. Please be aware that the provisions of the Brown Act prohibit the board from acting on or discussing non-agenda item matters at this meeting. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person per topic. Ms. Ellinger, are there any requests for public comment?
Yes, President Northup, we have one. Chris Ledger?
Good evening, Chris.
I just wanted to thank you all for the help with my son's IEs and IEPs since the last time I came here. We were able to get the IEs done. And one of them's done, another will be completed soon, and we expect his IEP meeting to be held May 17th. We think there may be another hiccup coming up, and that his IEP meeting is the 17th, then we'll have a new placement, but we're not sure if that new placement is going to be ready by the following Monday. And so we may need to keep the HHI thing going a little further. So I just want to get that on everyone's radar that we might need to go have another exclusion. That's all I wanted to say. Again, just thanks for your help. And yeah, it's made a big difference for my son.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
And that's all for speakers.
Thank you, Ms. Ellinger. Item number 9, the Board of Trustees report. Would anyone like to go first?
I'll do it.
Okay, trustee Linebaugh.
Yes, as Superintendent DeGuara said, coming up is Day of the Teacher, also known as Dia del Maestro, and also Classified School Employee of the Week. I'm not gonna try that one in Spanish though. Doesn't quite roll off the tongue. So congratulations to all those teachers, or a big thank you for teachers and staff, everyone who's involved with our students and making their success and achievement positive is so important to me. And, you know, heart and soul of the district, because everyone who's involved in our kids is really making a difference with them, and they deserve to be recognized. So I'm very happy to be volunteering at the staff luncheon coming up. I'll be flipping burgers and cooking hot dogs along with my colleagues and making sure everyone's well fed and happy, and congratulating them at the same time. Another highlight, or one of the highlights of since our last meeting, was at Nesbitt School. Princeton Hanson Vera hosted a tour to highlight the IB program there, and Superintendent DeGuara facilitated a tour with Sequoia Union High School District Trustee Shawnees Stevenson and Superintendent Crystal Leach. And we walked around, we got to see a lot of the classrooms. Every classroom has their IB board and has the information on it. Everyone is very involved in it. We got to talk to a few of the students who were on the steering committee or you know, to deploy the program, and their enthusiasm about it and their knowledge of it. And it was very interesting, and some really good conversations from some of the middle schoolers who were talking just like adults with getting that through. So I was very, very impressed, and it was good to have our high school district that we feed into, to have them there. And we have a great partnership with them. They're very interested in their future students, and it's great to have these communications. I think we're going to talk a little bit more about that, about the 2x2. But there's a lot of communication, and I'm glad that we have that partnership. And that's it for me.
Thank you, trustee Linebaugh. Anyone want to volunteer to go next?
I will.
Thanks, trustee Bruno.
Yeah, I just want to highlight a few kind of past events and upcoming events. I went to Cipriani's STEM fair. I went, whatever, being active in the district, and kind of coming out of my own shell, actually, with the sun up now. I found more time to be out and about after spring break and kind of living in my own right now. But I went to Cipriani STEM fair, and it was both as impressive as I expected, and also more impressive than I expected. Personally learned some new things, and I also work at a high school that does similar STEM fairs, and the quality was kind of right on par with what I've seen. Learned some new uses for lemons, and I learned that a child's mouth is dirtier than a dog's, or at least that specific child. I won't say his name.
I think it was actually Dad's mouth.
My mouth was cleaner than both Dad's
Yeah.
and the son's. And the son's was the dirtiest of the three. I didn't get my own swabs. I was curious. I haven't checked. Looking forward, I'm excited about talent show coming up at Nesbitt, and some other events. Celebrate the Music was always a good time for me and my kids. It's Neurodiversity Awareness Month. Just want to put a pin in a highlight, and we've been having some pretty awesome conversations in the education world, and actually in my house, about kind of what that looks like, where we all stand, kind of the spectrum is, and where we exist on it. And it's just been a helpful kind of thought exercise, specifically thinking about what spring feels like and how it can be both like joyous, but also distracting, and colorful and beautiful. I always kind of bring up cultural events, but Ramadan was or Eid was last week. For those who celebrate that, congratulations on making it through your fast. And Passover's coming up, which is what it is for those people who celebrate that. And that's my bit.
Thank you, trustee Bruno. Trustee Cost?
Sure. To just piggyback one of the events that I think always look forward to the auction gala with March 29th for school boards. See some friendly faces from around this table there. And there was a lot of afros at that 70s disco theme and platform shoes. But at the end of the day of all that bling was, funding needs for the children and keeping the kids first and foremost in our minds. And so I think from an auction and also the silent auction, it was a really good event to just kind of continue the energy towards, giving to the Education Foundation so that they can give back to our teachers and to our programs. And so I just want to say that while we enter the spring, please keep up your generous giving. And for those who are considering it, please consider any amount that you can. It was a really wonderful event and for obviously a good cause, our kids. On a personal note, I was very excited to finish the Masters in Governance class course that I finished March 18th. Thank you. My fellow trustees are in good shape to finish very shortly. And it's a 40-hour course for those who don't know, sponsored by the CSBA, the School Board Association of California. And it really goes to building and supporting effective governance structure. And it was really so great, the program I did both in person and online, very flexible in the format, but it really goes to doing foundation of effective governance and really giving that skill set. And most importantly, I really benefited a lot from the fellow trustees from all across California that were in attendance, virtually or in person, and especially bigger districts like outside of LA, and just seeing, what they're doing to combat some of the similar issues that we're facing. And so I know it's made me a strong, hopefully I've come away with a lot of good skill set and tools that I hope to put into play and continue to be an effective trustee. So I want to thank district leadership for suggesting that as a course. Yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you, trustee Cost. Trustee Howard?
Interest of time, I will surrender my time.
Okay, thank you. For myself, also was happy to attend the School Force Gala, very happy to attend the School Force Gala. As always, just wanted to thank all the volunteers from School Force for putting on that great event, all the parents for attending and giving. And then also just wanted to give a shout out to our health and wellness coordinator, Kristen Sevilla. She hosted a online parent ed that I was able to attend, which was very helpful. And so thank you to the district for making that opportunity available. And then also one of my children was involved in the Ralston musical. So there's a lot of parent volunteers for that. So thanks to all of those volunteers, thanks to the Ralston staff for supporting the students, and thanks to San Carlos Children's Theater for putting on that production in partnership with Ralston. And that is it.
Great. I'll go ahead and for superintendent's report, I'll just share one quick thing that's been exciting this week. I spent quite a bit of time. I touched base with each of our PTA presidents. The last few weeks, I've been working with PTA presidents and school force leaders to craft kind of 2.0 of what our education commitment campaign looks like as we move into the future. Really working towards establishing that foundation to ensure that we're meeting our students' needs and our district needs for the long haul. So just want to extend my gratitude for everybody from school force and each of our PTA leaders and exec team members on each PTA really stepping up to help move us forward, and looking forward to actually our first meeting together tomorrow. First meeting of the next series tomorrow.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent DeGuara. The next item is item number 11, School Spotlight, Redwood Shores Elementary School.
Right on time.
And for this, we'll hear from Principal Matthew Nagel.
Seems quicker than. Okay.
Good evening, Matt. Thank you for joining us. I think you have seen everybody in person before, but Matt is coming to the end of his first year, which is always a great thing to be able to say. Welcome this evening, Matt.
Thank you, Superintendent DeGuara. Trustees, leadership team, superintendent, thank you for having me here. I've written some notes, which I probably won't adhere to, but we can go to the next slide. First of all, it's been a great year. We've had a good 8-9 months. The school is relatively new to someone like me. It's only been around since 2010. I think we have a healthy enrollment going on. We have not just TK to 5th, but of course pre-K, and we've added to that. And I don't think we have 5 special day classes. I think we have 3 and 3 for a total of 6, because we have 2 pre-K SDCs and an afternoon one. And we added just a couple of months ago another TK to 1st grade special day class. And that's one of the goals that I have this year melding into next year, is really to have more of a cohesive pre-K, TK to 5th grade school. It felt kind of separate a little bit. And that's going to be a goal that I'm really going to try to lead the staff moving forward. You can go to the next slide. I think I said when I was first meeting all of you in July, I'm really happy with the strategic plan, especially this slide. It's rare that it's so concise and to the point and targeted. That's a rarity, and I've seen a lot of them, and it's been easy even for me to understand. So I appreciate that. Next slide. So one of the key points of the strategic plan, belonging and inclusion. That inclusion part, of course, I think our staff has done a great job before me. And while I've been there, I think it's getting better every day with incorporating our special day class students. We have quite a healthy population of students, and they're welcome in any regular ed classroom, general ed classroom. But I want to make sure that we continue to do a little bit more, because there have been times when a few assemblies hasn't thought of them, that kind of thing. And being in my first year, I had an open, and I still do, an open, accepting way of listening and learning about the school, giving respect to what's already been there. But also teachers told me there's a few things that need to be changed and improved. And so that's one of the things we're doing. What you see there is a Friday pledge in which we invite all the parents. They're in the background there, even on a cold day. That's an impromptu 5th grade dance performance. And it actually is more than evidence. It represents how I've changed over the years from No Child Left Behind in the early 2000s, do it the administrator's way or else, to yes, I want my teachers to innovate. I want my students to create and innovate. So my answer to most any suggestion that a student or staff has is yes, let's try that. And so this was fabulous. And of course, parents love this. And this is every Friday we do this. As far as PBIS and Swiss, we've done a lot of good work. I have a great committee of teachers. I need to include some classified folks on that. We have a great committee. They're already planning to go to a January conference to learn more, to go deeper. They've really are helping me in implementing our Swiss system, which is record keeping of major and minor incidents. Last year we had data from October. This year we have data from August through April. We haven't really gone down deep into that data yet, but at least we have the data. And we're working on our office system of who should record that data. And that's a major thing. Right now I record all the data. And it's time consuming, but it's worthwhile too. Also, we have a great group of students, guys. We don't have that many behavior problems. I mean, it's just some of them are so small that when it blows up in the office that this child, this other child wouldn't play with him or give him the ball. I thank goodness. I say, this is great. You know, this is my worst problem today. So the behavior is very, very good from the students. It's a great community. Seal Bucks is our part of the PBIS system. It's our little tags we give out for students who are doing something noteworthy well, you know, or you know, something that should be appreciated. And then I hold raffles with that. They hold raffles in their classroom, but I've been collecting those tickets. At first, the teachers wouldn't give them up in August and September, but then they started getting tired of them and I wanted to do a raffle. And so I have monthly raffles using the Seal Bucks. Kids all the way through 5th grade are appreciative. They like it. Sometimes 5th grade, they try to act like they're going to Ralston. And it's an elementary school. So, you know, they're still little kids. You can't tell them that, but they are. Seal Families is when we take all of our TK through 5th grade students and we divvy them up in flexible groups and they go off into a different classroom and they learn about a theme. My favorite theme was a couple of months ago. This came up through our PBIS team, thinking of this, giving credit. But it was letters of gratitude to folks who might go unrecognized. Our custodians, people in the community, our secretaries, folks like that. Because we commonly recognize our teachers, even the principal, but it was good to get everybody, think of everybody, of all the people who helped us in the Redwood Shores community. So that was nice. And we had a template which even the youngest kids could use. Now, we do have a challenge with that. Some of our 5th graders feel that it's a little too childish, some of the stuff for them. So we're talking with them, trying to see how we can hit that mark of interest with the 5th graders, and it'll still be okay for the TK and K. It's always kind of hard for them. Kind of the same thing in high school with freshmen and seniors. And of course, we're implementing Second Step at Wayfinders. And Second Step has something that I was trained in Second Step some 15 years ago, and Steps to Respect. One of the key things I took away from that was pro-social. And that's something I try to teach all the students at Redwood Shores is why being pro-social is so important. It would be like all of you, me doing something to all of you, are appreciative and feel good. Maybe perhaps as simple as clapping for you, giving you applause. And so I keep pushing the pro-social nature of both of those programs. And we go to the next slide. Who am I pointing at, by the way? There we go, over there. So the weekly Friday pledge, we give out brag tags. That's a remnant from last year. Carrie Amsler and the group did a fabulous job with that. We've continued with that. This month's brag tags, little tag, is perseverance. Last month's was, it wasn't empathy, it was something else. But every month we have a different character trait. And we have coordinated that with our work with Wayfinders and Second Step as well. And that's a picture. Every week I take a picture and I get that picture out to the parents. And I have noticed, again, even the 5th and 4th graders have cherished these moments more so. Now, the monthly anti-bullying pro-social assemblies, that was something I started from the first day. It was an easy way for the students to get to know me on day one. And it worked. And so that was already taken care of. It wasn't who's the principal, but they knew me already. And at those, I have notes, I can't read them. So I'll just do this extemporaneously. But at those monthly anti-bullying pro-social assemblies, we do honor their birthdays. I'm not sure they were doing those at the Friday pledge, but it was too long for me. So we do the birthdays, they get a pencil and a prize. I mean, another prize maybe, but also a card that I make. I stole a Dr. Seuss picture of a seal. And did that at my last school with an elk as well. So they really like that. They don't drop them on the ground. They keep them. I like that. And of course, the pro-social activity, all their classmates cheer for them. And it's amazing. 4th and 5th grade are really into it, and they like really getting boisterous with it, but also very pro-social with it. We also go over something in our PBIS expectations for behavior matrix. We go over 1 or 2 points. That could be something in the respect domain or responsibility, anything. So we choose one of those as well. We try to coordinate it with our character trait of the month as well. And then we also, from time to time, in fact, May 7th, the Girl Scouts just asked me, they want to come in, they want to talk about the dangers of foxtails. I don't understand what that is yet, but they're welcome to come in. We have 5 minutes with my 4th and 5th grade, because that's the troop age. It'll be at 2:40 p.m. May 7th, and we spend some of the time doing that as well. And other things we've gone over, and we worked with our student environmental action team. We've had them come in and go over what is recyclable and what is not, that kind of thing. So that's gone very well. Teachers, it took some time, like a month or two, for them to get into the rhythm of it. And now it's set and it's gone well. Next slide. The student surveys, I give them out generally 3 times a year. I started with 3rd and 5th, and I went down to 2nd because 2nd grade started asking for it, because it's student voice. It's asking you on the top one, hey, what do you need to be successful in your classroom? And oddly, there's like pencil wars going on, to where teachers are keeping pencils set in a tub or something, and then they run out, well, there's no more pencils, because a lot of our students just throw the pencils away. And this is not unique to Redwood Shores. It happens all over the nation, I assure you. So they want more pencils, and we get a laugh out of that, because the teachers say, no, don't give me more pencils. They have to learn to take care of these. I get it. The bottom part is, what else do you need and to improve Redwood Shores, your Redwood Shores experience? And a lot of the students focused on their recess. And so anything they need, they want a soccer ball, they want football flags. They've asked for two months in a row on this. And so I will get those for them. The 2 things I told them, I prefaced and asked them not to ask for: a pool and a skateboard park. Very 2 things that they asked for, okay? And they still do it. Now, at my last year's school, there was a kid that 3rd grader kept calling herself Noodles. And I said, I'm not going to call you that. But after a year, I gave in, started calling her Noodles. And for Halloween, I dressed up as a noodle, cup of noodles. And so I was able to, during school force, we had to do some participatory outlandish things. I had my noodle costume, and I can hold a bag underneath the noodle costume, and it fills me out even more. And I was giving cup of noodles out to kids via the Sealbucks raffle. And so that was a big hit. And so a lot of them to this day were still asking for it. And I was still able to have like 3 left, and I gave it to them. But that's the only violation of the district food code. So, all right, I assure you. Others have asked for sushi, and one cute kid has demanded Korean chicken. I said, I'm gonna go to Vaughn's down there in Redwood City and get you some. I'm not going to, because I just don't, that's not right. Well, yeah, they're really cute. They have definite taste and what have you. We can go to the next one. I'm way behind here. Geez, I leave notes. When I first came on, one of the things I really liked about this district was the work that all of you and leadership team folks and the teachers and principals have done with Readers and Writers Workshop. It's one thing I've always pushed. It goes along with small group instruction. I think you're going to get the most bang for your buck in concerning differentiated instruction. Your kids that are struggling, grade level behind, 2 grade levels behind, this is where you as a teacher can really connect with a child and go over specific skills that they can learn. That's not going to happen in a whole group lesson. You're going to lose them. Additionally, this is where you can also accelerate your students who are open to that. They're already achieving it at grade level, above grade level. And so I've asked teachers that this is what I want to see evidence of. When we had our principal instructional rounds, we were first, and I asked for that kind of feedback as well. And that's been growing. I've seen month to month. I was just in the kindergarten classrooms today, and I did see they had posted their writing. And that's what I want to see in every classroom is posted writing. I especially would love to see the completed draft on top and the first draft on the bottom stapled to the wall. It's really nice to see that progression. Also, we have reading intervention and math intervention. I think that those are 2 good programs. We have a full-time reading intervention teacher, Sarah Simmons. She'll be there. We have a part-time math intervention person. But Sarah does amazing work with students who need that extra help. She does amazing work with English learners. And so that's been an amazing program to inherit. I'm glad it's one of the things that makes this district special. We will be getting a full-time counselor next year. We're very happy about that. I've announced that, I think, I'm not too premature, but I've announced that to our staff at the staff meeting yesterday. They're very happy with that. We love our current one, but she's half-time right now. She'll be going to a full-time position at another site. That's fine, but full-time counselor, if it goes as well, twice as well, as what's happening right now, that's just going to be a really big win. Next slide, please. Yeah, we do have Leap Art, and a lot of this is from School Force. We do have music, including myriad music at TK through 2nd grade funded by PTA. And then 2 days a week, we have science. And we've just hired an amazing science teacher who works at the outdoor ed program where my fifth graders are right now. And all the teachers are very excited to have him join us. The word's already spread. It was a topic of conversation at our staff meeting yesterday. It was not on my agenda. We'll move on. Community engagement, I tell you, this is the best PTA I've ever had. They are just, I don't know how they're hitting all cylinders, but from when I got on in July, they were already communicating with me, not in a way that was, but I mean, in other Silicon Valley communities that I worked in. But they really set me up for success as a principal, and they helped me to help them and make that connection. And so they have just amazing events. They're the ones that set up for me the TK and K socials, very informal, highly attended in July and August. They were the ones that set up all of our Halloween, our movie nights. They were just amazing. And that is Pooja Sharma on the bottom left at Halloween, looking as enthusiastic as she always does. And so she's been fabulous. School Force was new to me. I worked with Palo Alto Partners in Education, PI, as in Palo Alto, and we, raised several $100,000 per school. But School Force, that was quite an effort in August through October 31st. I thought I was done. And then we had Reading Power in January. That was new to me. And I like reading. It was fun. I got on board, but it was quite an effort. But without them and without their good work, without the funds they raised, I mean, the things it would take away from the Redwood Shores experience, not to mention the district experience. So I'm very happy with School Force, working with them right now. I'm publicizing their August 28th Festival of Music. I know that's coming up. Walk and Roll is still a big deal. We have an event coming up in May. We are lucky in that it's pretty safe, relatively safe in Redwood Shores, in the shores, to walk, to bike. We don't have enough spaces. We never will for cars. I'm out there most every day directing them, what have you. And it's sunny. It's nice now. It's not like the rain a couple of weeks ago. But the one in the middle is Ruby Bridges Day. And we jumped all over that. And I hope we can do a little bit more with that, a little more literary focus where I can read a book to most classes, that kind of thing, and explain a little more in depth. And that teacher did a really good job of talking about that. And it went well. Kids had a good day on that day. And the picture on the right, as far as community engagement, is parent conferences. That's the one that came up. I mean, we had recently. But I'm really, one of my goals for next year, I really am still pushing. 2 parent conferences is fine, but that in-person communication is just so valuable. And it's so much more effective than the email or the parent square, that I really want to continue to emphasize and encourage teachers that meet more with them. That's, there's not a lot of time. As educators, we're very busy, but every meeting in person can really yield great results for the student when parents and teachers are working together. So I've had fantastic experiences working with parents who have had a grievance or a complaint via email. But once in person, we've been able to come to understandings and collaborative work within minutes. So I really am a big fan of in-person. That's why we're meeting in person today. So next slide. And there's my principal's press on the left. I like Parent Square. I publish that to Parent Square. I use Parent Square for other things, but I have trouble with putting the photos all like that on Parent Square easily. Hence, that's why that's done. And that's where week to week, I put all the news of what's going on and what's going to happen. All our Seal Duck winners on Friday are put in there as well. It's become not a waited for, there's another word. Another one in Spanish, but not English. But anyway, it's something that they look forward to. Parent Square has been really good. I have almost all my teachers on there. I'm still trying to get a few. I won't call them out. It's grade level-ish, but it's good. And the Catch newsletter is the official newsletter that the PTA and the parents put out. We try to really hit them on all levels. And I publish on a Friday because the Catch comes out on a Sunday. One has to be reminded at a district level or a school level that you don't want to over communicate, because if everything's important, nothing's important. You really want to time these well. And hopefully we're doing a decent job with that. But go ahead, next slide. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not a joke. I'm the only, I'm a tennis Barbie on the left. And no, and it's a great staff. They made me my own, whatever that frame is. Yeah, they made that for me. I haven't worn that t-shirt since, but I'm going to because I paid for it. But it was, this is a resilient staff. This is a talented staff, as you know. And I found them all year to be pleasantly rambunctious and feisty. I like them. They're really good. So Redwood Shores has been a little bit of a surprise. I thought I knew it, but it's a great community. It seems to be safe to walk at night. I can't say that in all parts of where I live in Palo Alto yet, because I live by the Caltrain tracks. But it's been great. It's been a great 8-9 months, and we do have 34 important school days left, and we have a lot of activities that are coming up. So I'm here for questions. I didn't look at any of the important notes that I wrote for you, so. Yeah.
Thank you, Principal Nagel. Trustees, would anyone like to start? Okay, Mr. Koss.
Well, again, welcome. We're very happy to have your energy and your enthusiasm, and it shows. And I really like your emphasis on the personal connection, whether it's, outside of some of the formal processes that we have, like parent-teacher conferences, through some of the community and culture events. And it's great to see those pictures come through. So I really actually just I really like your idea of the student surveys, and especially the questions that you raise. What do you need to be successful in your classroom? Because we ask that here of you as a principal. What do you need to be successful on your school site? And so it's great. I was wondering for the older kids, besides obviously the pencils and everything, for that question of what do you need to be successful in your classroom, was there anything that they kind of shouted out that you can remember, in addition to just some of the more logistical, mechanical things?
It varies from classroom to classroom in 4th and 5th grade. They wanted less noise in one particular classroom. They had a long-term sub, and so we were working with them on that. But that stood out as a theme in that classroom. So that gave me good feedback to address it with the teachers. Not an evaluative instrument, but it was good to address that. And it stopped. It didn't show up in the March one. It was showing up in the December one. So that was very useful. But the other ones were like individuals who wanted specific book titles. Okay. And some of those we were able to get, not all. So there's a lot of happiness with their teacher. There's a lot of happiness with what's going on in the classroom with projects and what have you. Individuals want certain books. Individuals want more emphasis on a certain science or a certain subject. But the 4th, 5th grade, it's what they want. I think the school's providing everything for the most part. And the 4th and 5th grade obviously want the football flags, and I'm going to deliver those.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Welcome aboard again.
Thank you, Trustee Koss.
Hello. I had 3 things in them. You mentioned a couple things earlier that I'm not sure I completely understood what they were, but they sound awesome. Friday pledge. What is it?
So Friday pledge, we say the actual Pledge of Allegiance outdoors on the basketball courts per the picture. And all the parents are invited onto the campus and to say the pledge, and also hear some brief announcements. And we honor the Seal Bucks winners from each classroom.
Gotcha.
And we take their photo, put them in the principal's press. And it's just a good way to end the week as a community.
And then the monthly, thank you. And the monthly
Anti-bullying pro-social assembly. It's a mouthful.
Do you only do one assembly a month, or you do one of those a month?
Only one anti-bullying pro-social assembly per month, same day, all grade levels.
Are there other assemblies?
Oh, yeah. I don't do other principal specific assemblies, but PTA puts on assemblies every month. And the next big one's going to be, and they put this in their surveys, the BMX. They're going to come out, at noon, going to set up. Exactly. And that was in their student surveys. Principal Nagel, Ms. Amsler had BMX. And so luckily BMX is coming, and I say, hey, look at that. I got BMX. But it's a big deal.
Okay. And you mentioned asking your teachers to meet more with parents. I'm just curious how that landed, like.
Oh, well, I'm nudging them right now.
Yeah.
And I'm encouraging them. And it's a small nudge. I learned that years ago.
Sure.
But think about it, what's coming out is when there's something serious, like a student study team is needed, I'm finding that they haven't had more than the parent conference.
Mhm.
And if something like that is needed where I need to assemble all my specialists, I would think that they need to meet with the parent more than the parent conference.
Yeah,
Just me. Philosophy.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can ask a few questions. Must be kind of a quiet campus with the fifth graders at outdoor, I'm sure, huh?
It's wonderful.
But I'm sure they're having a great time. And also thank you on the strategic slide. Thanks for those comments because it's like hundreds, if not thousands of hours went in for all the community, come up with all the ideas and distill it down to just this piece. So it took a lot of time. So thanks for recognizing that. But I mean, I want to give kudos for the entire community for helping come up with that. And I think it's a really great plan. Congratulations on your first year here. Happy to have you here. And I'm curious, having that fresh perspective, being in previous districts, is there something at a previous district that you've come here and said, gee, I wish we had that program. I wish we had something.
What I want to improve is how we meet the needs of our struggling learners. And it goes to that extra meeting with the parent. We need to do better with our communication. And it might have something to do with COVID. How can we welcome the parents back in an organized fashion into the school? They like the Friday Pledge, but I also surveyed them in the fall, and a couple of them were irate about still not being able to come back in.
Mm-hmm.
So we welcome them in with lunch volunteering. They're there with their kid. We say don't do that, they do it. But really, I really want to make a better connection with parent and staff. Especially for our students who are struggling. That's really my main focus for next year.
You mentioned pandemic.
Yeah.
So I know you don't have the history of where the kids are coming through the grades, but during that time, there was, a pretty difficult time and the kids were slowly coming. Are you still seeing a lot of residual?
No,
I think it's,
knock on wood, we have, and I think this is true at all of the district schools, we have emerged from COVID. We have declared it over. I can tell. And I've said this like a couple months ago. It's over. We're back to regular school. And I'm declaring that but because of what we all went through, unprecedented. So no, we're back to real school. We're back to being outdoors. We're back to being on the same bus together, back to going to outdoor ed, where I visited Monday. They were so happy. Okay. So we're back to doing the things that we did in 2019.
Excellent. Excellent. And the final thing I had, the TK program is growing. Any comments? I know you shared a little bit that you're all set for that. Any comments you'd like to share on?
Well, I have Joanne Bosky and Allison Williams, two of the best TK teachers in the district. Quite frankly, I'm lucky again. I count my lucky stars all the time. And we are looking to grow, not next year, but maybe, who knows, but the year following to 3 and 4 classrooms. And the staff knows that, and I'm looking forward to it because TK has been nothing but a success at Redwood Shores.
Well, thank you for coming in the comprehensive presentation.
Just thanks, Matt.
Oh.
Thank you, Principal Nagel. Exactly. Just to echo everything that my colleague said. Great work. I again noted the student survey. Thank you for doing that. And yet, thank you for your leadership and embracing some of the legacy policies that were at Redwood Shores, as well as bringing your own. Thank you.
It's a well-functioning school, thanks to all of you, thanks to all of them. Don't need to turn it upside down. It's going well, but we need to just get a little better. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Not at all. Okay, do it.
I know you have an early morning tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Item number 12 is Ed Services update, and this is going to be on the Stanford collaboration.
Yeah,
And we're going to hear from Ching Pei Hu, Assistant Superintendent of Education.
she's not gonna hear from me tonight. What we have done is we've invited Professor Jason Yateman here from Stanford University. He is a professor in the Graduate School of Education as well as the Department of Pediatrics. And he is conducting a research, well, I mean, he's conducting a ton of research, but we have a research practice partnership. And I've asked Jason to come and speak to us about ROAR. Some of you have heard me talk about ROAR, the Rapid Online Assessment of Reading. He's going to give you the overview of what research practice partnerships, how they function, what they look like, what our data show. I think you guys are going to be really pleased by the data you see from our students. And then when he's done with that, I know you guys have a few questions about kind of next steps. I'll come back in and answer those questions, but without further ado, read it.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Should I plug in my laptop or just give you a pointer to advance?
Yeah, you can just let me know. You can just say next.
There it is. Okay. Yeah, so, by the way, how long should I go for?
15 minutes.
Okay, great. I'm gonna make a cardinal error of saying, feel free to raise your hand and interrupt. I'm happy for this to be a conversation. Tell me when I'm supposed to get off. Otherwise, I'll. By the way, it's just been a joy working with Belmont-Redwood stores. And the last slide of this talk is not a joke. It actually is a screenshot from a Slack exchange with the graduate student that's been working on all the data. You'll see when we get there. So if there's one thing I want you to take away when I think about this research, we're really trying to think of the rapid online assessment of reading as a bridge between the lab, the community, and the school. That this isn't just, sitting in an academic institution doing research, creating something and like sending it over to a tech company to sell or bring to a school. Instead, we're at every stage trying to weave in feedback from great people like Ching Pei. Many of your teachers, principals have been deserve a lot of the credit for the results and technology you're going to see. So go to the next slide. Or can I do it with this thing? This one? Okay. So the problem we're trying to address with the rapid online assessment of reading is that most assessments are time consuming, they're costly, and they're grounded in generally opaque products. Like as a scientist, people often ask me like, oh, which of these is best, which should we use? And I often have no idea because you can't actually figure out a lot of the details of many of the assessment products that come to schools. So our solution is building an open source, open access platform. So by open source, I mean that any scientist or anyone here can go to our GitHub repos and look at the code. And I don't know, there's probably a software engineer in the room and like look at what we're building and like evaluate the data security standards for yourself, or the actual details of the assessment. And open access meaning that we're bringing this to schools for free through a research practice partnership model. And the schools are actually, I think, a big part of creating what we have. It's not just us thinking about it, it's bringing in the ideas of probably many of your children. Next slide. So this is kind of an overview of my lab for the last decade or so. I run a neuroscience lab. I study the neurobiological foundations of literacy. You can think of this as kind of a cycle between developing new non-invasive ways of measuring brain development in young children, developing intervention programs targeting literacy skills, developing new behavioral measures, and bring these all together to understand this interplay between like what's going on under the hood here, what's going on in a classroom that we design, and how that's obviously relating to the behavior we're interested in, which is improvements in reading skills. March of 2020, I don't know if anyone remembers this, changed the way the world was functioning. So I had a whole lab of people who are great with technology, know a lot about reading, and we pivoted to realizing, I still remember that time when I tried to convince people that we may not be back in the lab in 2 or 3 weeks. It might be a couple months. So we have to figure out another way to work. Now, like years later, it's kind of hilarious thinking about that moment. But so we started pivoting to developing, basically asking the question, like, we develop fun gamified web applications that get the same measurements as like the time consuming one-on-one resource intensive assessments that are usually the bottleneck to our research. So if you want to go to the next slide. So I animate through a lot of slides. I'm used to quickly clicking. So what we ended up with is a completely automated, lightly gamified reading assessment, runs in the web browser. Through a series of studies, they'll kind of race through. We got to the point where it's actually more reliable than the kind of gold standards against which we were validating it. And this is huge for us for a number of reasons. I mean, first, like the technology is exciting, but it also allows us to do much more inclusive research. Like that, usually working at Stanford University, the children we work with in research studies are children of the local community, which like I love Palo Alto, it's a great place to live, but it's also just like not representative of the educational experiences in the United States. It's like laughable to think about that, but and so now through this, we're actually like our research partners are right, around us on the peninsula, but also we have partnerships on reservations in the Dakotas. We have a lot of large district partners. Some of them like to remain confidential, so I don't talk who they are, but like we're now in 20 states around the country and like can really do research at a scale in children that I really think are representative of the diversity of experiences in the US. So our method, our goals are twofold. We have research goals, but also our goals are to lift learning assessments in schools. And we're doing this through a research practice partnership model, as Ching Pei mentioned. So next slide. So this is kind of a overview of how we think of our research, that we're working in the lab on doing a lot of the technology and research to develop more efficient, more reliable, more predictive measures that provide more detailed information. We're bringing this to schools through collaboration. So early on, this was a lot of conversation with Ching Pei and other district leaders around the peninsula, how and whether these measures can be useful in standard practice. And as we bring these into the school, we're then constantly learning, and that's really shaping the next generation of research questions. So if you go on our website to learn more, you'll see like a lot of the assessments we're building now actually come from feedback from teachers in this district and other local districts, like what's the information that they want about children in their classroom to be able to more effectively teach them. So go on to the next slide. So there are kind of two parts to this mission. One, on the scientific side, is our mission is to remain open source and open access and to prioritize transparency. So every new assessment we develop gets published in peer-reviewed scientific journals that are all open access. So there's like the first paper. That was actually, I think, before we were working here, so it won't be any of your children who are data points in there. Obviously, all the individuals in the study are confidential. But you can still download the papers and like read about the details and kind of see the progress of this. And then on the other side, it's to really collaborate with districts like Belmont-Redwood Shores to develop accurate, efficient, fun, and informative measures that provide actionable data to teachers. So we're always conscientious that we're not just asking teachers to take time out of their day to provide us with data. We're creating something that we think is a service to the classrooms, and then like through that process, also trying to improve it over time. Next slide. So here's kind of a rapid dive into some data. I always like to show data from studies rather than just giving the big picture. So here's kind of like our timeline. We started off in 2020 with a hypothesis about a new way to quickly and rapidly assess reading skills. We developed a web application to implement like a quick, fun, gamified task. And it was right after we had shut down during the pandemic. So what you'll see on the bottom axis of that plot on the far left is kids' scores on this new like kind of gamified assessment that we built. And then on the top axis is their scores on like a one-on-one administered assessment that's classically used for dyslexia diagnosis or also for assessment in schools. And you can see that with this first kind of proof of concept, we had a very strong relationship between our new measure and like this gold standard that's been used for 30 years or so. We then went on to another study to ask how we can improve I guess for lack of a better word, the gameplay of the assessment to work for younger children. So to like bring this like online measure down to work for 6 and 7-year-olds. We made a bunch of modifications. We did some kind of pilot work with kids one-on-one online. And then we ran another study and once again found a very strong correlation between this kind of second version that was about half the length, the original one, and then the same individually administered assessment. And then next, the plot on the far right was during one of these periods in the pandemic where schools kind of briefly opened up. We brought this assessment into 18 classrooms. Many of them were in this district here, and looked at the classification accuracy of like how well this new measure, this kind of automated measure where all the kids open up their Chromebooks in class, they spend about 5 or 10 minutes taking it, and how well that predicted who was classified as a struggling reader based on what was already being used standard of practice here in some other districts. And we were able to achieve about 90% classification accuracy. So that was, you know, a big achievement for, you know, this kind of first large scale rollout. Then the school shut down again, and they reopened. So on to the next slide. So felt like we had validated both, you know, kind of in progressively larger samples. Then the next was tuning for like how quick can we get this? So we ran a number of studies basically making it shorter and shorter and shorter. And we looked at how reliable the measure is. So having kids take this, like a new version that was about 4 minutes long twice. That's the plot on the left. So kids taking it one time versus another time. And you can see that's a very, each point is like a kid taking it on 2 different days. So we're able to get it to be like quick and reliable. And the next one's kind of nerdier stuff about implementing new algorithms that like make it even faster. And finally, we redesigned all the characters just to make it more engaging for a broader age range. And I've been doing some research studies on that as well. It's like about not just like the nerdy science, like the psychometrics of the measure, but also thinking about how creating something that's more engaging influences how kids interact with it, and also the quality of the data that goes back to teachers. So next slide. Where we're getting close to the end, and you can go through these next 4 quickly. So now we have a suite of measures. Talking about our single word recognition. The next slide, we also have phonological awareness. This is another foundation of reading skills. That's really important at the early ages, but for many kids remains important if they don't establish it early on. Next slide, a measure of sentence reading efficiency that we've now validated up through high school. So one of the things we're trying to do with all these measures is have the same platform applicable from like TK through 12th grade. And the idea is like, I know one of the challenges a lot of schools face is that, you have to cobble together like purchasing one product for your, K-2 dyslexia screener that's now mandated by the state or will be next year. And then another product for grades 3 to 4, and then another middle school product. And we're trying to build a suite of measures that really go across these grades so that teachers can go to one place and kind of interact with their data, tell us all the ways that we could be communicating it in a better way and allow us to iterate. Next slide, and then also measures of vocabulary. So again, if you go on our website, these are the ones that we've validated at scale. So all these measures have seen validation data in at least 10,000 children around the country. And then we have kind of a bunch of new, more research-based measures that target specific things. Okay, so now I'm going to actually show you some stuff specifically we've been working on here. So one of them is score reports. This is showing just some screenshots of our new score report platform. I think that a lot of the way we're communicating scores back came from the feedback we've gotten over the last couple of years from many of the teachers at many of your schools. Some of them just through one-on-one conversations as our research team's visiting and helping out, and teachers like to tell us how we could be better, and we like to hear how we can be better. And so this actually, I think your teacher saw this for the first time just a couple weeks ago.
Yes, at our last reading specials meeting.
Exactly, yeah. So now we've like updated our user management system, so everything now is in real time. So as students are taking the assessment, the teacher's dashboard is populated in real time with data. And they can also like export the data if they want to do more things with it, or just use our kind of visualizations that communicate who's struggling and what skills, and allow teachers to track students over time. Go to the next slide. So then the next one shows kind of more breakdown, and this was kind of done through more discussions of like looking at different aspects of reading. And part of it is trying to balance the types of things that a district leader would want to look at, where they can zoom in and like look at the level of schools or classrooms, and then also what a teacher would need or a reading specialist to be able to zoom in the level of individual students. Next slide. Okay, so now you get two data slides that are recent studies that we're quite excited about, done right here in this school. So one, as many of you know, is everyone aware of the dyslexia screening legislation? I don't know, do people talk about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so universal dyslexia screenings can be required, I think, in roughly a year. We've been trying to do a lot of the validation studies that would allow basically this platform to be on the screener list, and for Belmont-Redwood Shores and other districts to keep using it. So the plots on the left were done here of so we are already collecting ROAR data, standard of practice. The teachers were asked if they would like to opt in to basically a validation study where a research team would come in and administer what are like considered gold standard assessments for this, and then we could compare the results. So we have very strong correlation between these kind of quick automated measures and the one-on-one measures that conventionally be used. That's the plots on the left. We're able to get ROAR to be fast, reliable, and highly accurate for predicting these gold standards. And then on the right, what we started doing is saying, well, how quick can we make these measures? And we looked at how that correlation changed when we basically cut the data down to like the first 30 seconds of data that was collected, the next 30 seconds. What we found is that actually we could like cut our measurement length in half. That's like kind of most of that data was from schools right around here. It was like, wonderful collaboration with a lot of the teachers in the classroom, and also addressing their concerns of, obviously, teachers really think a lot about like wanting assessments to be reliable, but not take much time.
Mhm.
That's one thing that we're constantly working on. Like, can we shave another minute off? So the next slide was one that I was telling Ching-Pei about when we were in a research practice partnership convening together. The grad student that was running the study was just looking at the distribution of data in Belmont-Redwood Shores. Is combining across all the first, second, and third grade classrooms. So first grade is on the top in red. And what you're seeing there is the distribution of just single word reading skills. This is kind of like the foundation of reading, what's being taught in the early grades, and relative to national norms. Okay, so if Belmont-Redwood Shores look just like your average district in the US, that red dotted line would be centered right at the 50th percentile. What you can see is something you all probably know, Belmont's a little higher than the national average. So your first graders are coming in, I think, I can't see without my laptop here, I have bad vision, but roughly around the 60th percent. Okay, so the thing that's exciting is now look at the second graders. The median of the second graders has shifted up a lot. The median of the third graders shifted up another 10%. So we never see this. Like when you look at most school districts, and I'm not saying this just because Ching-Pei is my friend here, like when you look at most school districts, like the percentile relative to national norms stay pretty constant. There's a lot of factors, I don't know if anyone's interested, we can like talk about later, like characterize these for districts. A lot of it has to do with socioeconomic factors and factors with families around the districts. And most districts, will move a little bit between the grades, but this consistent shift upward where students are coming in with a broad distribution that is shifted up a little bit, but not so different than national norms. But by third grade has moved up. Like you see them all piled up there towards like the top of the distribution. So if you go to the next slide, which is my last slide, I was asking Anya, a grad student in my lab, to prepare these figures. We looked at them in a bunch of different ways, and this is actually just a screenshot of the Slack exchange as I was putting this together. So that was not prompted by me trying to like say nice things to your district. But it was a very real sentiment from a grad student who does plan to have future kids and has looked at data in I think now about 30 to 40,000 students on this assessment across many districts, like from kindergarten through high school, and this is quite unique. So
including data from our local competitors.
Which
Well,
Who are the colleagues?
Yeah, so that's my last slide. Then the last one is just thanks. We work with a number of districts around here, a number also around elsewhere around the country. And those folks are all the great folks that actually do the research. I just get to go a fun conversation. So I do something good.
Questions for Jason
And Army. Yeah. Would anyone like to start with any questions?
This is, I'll go ahead and start. This is really exciting. Thanks for bringing the presentation, comprehensive view of everything, and the data is really interesting. Can you go back two slides on this? I just want to understand the data there. The red, green, blue bars.
16.
Yeah. So the bars across, those are different schools or.
Sorry, yeah, I should, always hard for me to say this out my loud. Yeah, so each bar is the count of students that have that score. So
Okay.
the red bars are all the first grade, every first grade student in this district.
Just our district?
What'd you say?
That's just our.
That's your district,
Okay.
yes. All the first graders in your district. The axis is showing the percentile relative to national norm. So like that dotted line at 50, those are students that like fall right at the 50th percentile. And the dotted red line is showing like what the average percentile is for your first grader. So you can see that like, you know, your first grader, so that, you know, they're coming in kindergarten, first grade, like on average around the 60th percentile. So a little bit, but like, you know, you really have that full distribution going down to students that are really struggling and like, you know, would screen like on any dyslexia screener, you know, so usually 25th percentile is like a cutoff that most dyslexia screeners would use. So, you know, in first grade, you have a number of subjects that, or sorry, research subjects.
Students.
A number of students who would show up as screening positive on a dyslexia screener. In most districts, you'd look the next year and you will have just as many students screening positive. So if you like look at the number of students that are like below that dotted line for the 25th percentile, and this is actually one of the challenges for our validation study is that by third grade, you just don't have very many students that are still would be considered struggling with reading, which is like great for all of you. It's somewhat of a hole in our validation data because we need more districts that still have that pile on the bottom, but like obviously we're very happy that. Yeah, sorry, I should have explained that. Does that make sense now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, so each bar is like a count of the number. So like you can see by third grade, you have like a whole pile up near the 100%. Basically, that there's a whole lot of students, you know, there's 35 students that are in the 90th percentile or above.
It'll be interesting to see this study over many years and see as these kids go from year to year. Just to make sure it's not a blip and just but I mean, the trend looks right, but it'd be like nice to see it over time.
Totally. Well, what we're hoping that Belmont will adopt a platform up to 8th grade too, because one of the things we really want to do also is correct me from my understanding is that all the districts here feed Sequoia Union.
Yeah, eight districts, yeah.
8 districts, yeah. And what we want to set up is having all the districts, like we've gotten the assessments a lot faster now, so where we can get these core measures in like under 10 minutes. And we'd like to do screening every year up through 8th grade and then have that data also feed into Sequoia Union Ideal. I don't know how to like set that up with data sharing, but one of the things that Sequoia Union struggles with is like students come in 9th grade and the assumption is that all these students have already achieved literacy as like they are expected to by 2nd and 3rd grade. And it's just not the case. And so we're trying to kind of set up a collaboration, both just like pushing our measures into the higher grades, and then also figuring out ways to like help with the high school transition.
Super. And as far as the assessment goes, I heard you say a few things where you were like changing the time you were testing in, and I heard you say that there was a 4-minute and 10-minute, but what is the ideal, like from everything you've learned, what right now is the ideal length of time it takes to perform the test?
For me or for the student?
For the student, yeah.
So we can, well, I guess the reason I asked that so much is that scientists always want more data. So like, if you give me an hour, I'll take an hour. But basically the core measures that like, think of it like we have 3 core measures: phonological awareness, single word reading, and sentence reading efficiency. And we can now do all three of these measures in about 15 minutes together. Phonological awareness is actually the one that's the longest, and the other two are even faster. So, but then what teachers often want, so this is like screening data. We can quickly flag, which students need extra support. And the thing teachers always want is they want more detail and like, what are the specific, like, if I have a half hour, what are the things I should do with this student? And that's the part where we have other assessments looking at like knowledge of morphology. So that's one that's another 5 minutes, but it's a lot of teachers find it as a very useful intervention target, particularly for older students that are still struggling, or written vocabulary, which is another assessment that's about 5 or 6 minutes. That also like provides more information on like their knowledge of either written or spoken vocabulary. So these are like more less of screening measures and more of like detailed information on like what might be contributors to it. So the question of like how long should it be also is kind of a question back to teachers and others, like how much information you want.
And I think for the student or subject, taking the test, I mean, the shorter you get it, the more you have their attention span. I think the more they're going to be engaged with it. Another question is, your software, as it goes through the assessment, is it adaptive as it goes and asks the questions, or does every
that was the
same one, or?
that I skipped by. So that was actually showing. So we actually the same graduate student that sent that cute Slack message just released like the first totally open source like online computer adaptive testing algorithm. Usually these are things that are like owned by, ETS has like on I guess they're technically a .org, but they own a lot of like computer adaptive testing stuff that sits on their servers, and like, you can recreate it yourself. And so we rewrote one that just like I don't know if anyone does stuff in software, grab it, it's online, it's free. And redid all of our assessments using that algorithm. So the plot I skipped over was showing that we can speed it up by another 40% by using the computer adaptive version, which now is just standard practice.
Yeah.
Unless someone doesn't want to use it.
It's great information. Well, I'm glad that we got to help you out with your studies, and I'm glad that you helped our kids out, and I'm glad we have a nice testimonial to use now. Thanks.
I know it's like, there's your new marketing figure.
Very exciting. Thanks. Yeah. And good luck with the future in this. It's great to have these assessments for the kids. Yeah.
Thank you. Trustee Howard?
I have a number of questions.
Goodbye, we're Jason. So lots of questions.
So, can you explain to me, what you mean by a tailored, assessment tool? Are you talking about language? Are you talking about culture? What does exactly that mean, tailored? And I would have thought you would want a tool that can generalize to, more than one student population rather than one that overly focused.
Yeah, so our overall goal is like, yes, exactly that, having things that are that generalize. But in things like how do we craft score reports, the districts that we work most closely with have a lot more voice in how things look. And so a lot of like building out how the interactive score reports look has been from feedback from this district. Not only though, I mean, I think we like try to represent all the voices. We do try to represent all the voices we do.
You're talking about the output is rather than.
Yeah. So it's not like it'll only like, in a sense, like a struggling reader is a struggling reader anywhere. And that is like in moving to online research versus like the classic one-on-one research, it has allowed us to be much more general, like make sure that we're representing the many dialects of English that are spoken. That's like a constant challenge. Is like, so we have a number of new partners in Louisiana and Georgia, and the dialects of English that are spoken there are quite different than dialects spoken here. And that's a challenge that I think like we're one of the only groups that's making sure that linguistic diversity is not a factor of bias in the assessments.
That takes me to my next question, which is around English language learners. So dialect comes in not only when we're talking about native English speakers, where we have a lot of dialect differential between the Southern United States and the Western United States, et cetera, we're a melting pot state and we're a melting pot region. Can this test be applied to English language learners and not only talk about where they are in terms of performance and comprehension, but what specific kinds of interventions might need to be instituted for that particular learner?
That's like the frontier of science right now. So we have all these, what's that?
No.
So all these measures we now have in Spanish. We actually just finished our first validation study, not with BRSSD, but in about 5,000 students. Like we worked, actually, like I'm really proud of like how the team tackled this too. So Spanish is like obviously the next most spoken language. That's always the first, like ideally you'll have all languages, but starting with Spanish. And Spanish, the dialects of Spanish are really complicated. So on our team building this, we have someone from Ecuador, someone from Colombia, someone from Mexico, and then someone that was born in the US, but to parents that immigrated from Mexico. So grew up as an English language learner. And the building out the suite of Spanish measures was the most contentious process in the lab because we represented some of the linguistic diversity in Spanish, and it took a long time for these four people like get on the same page about like just getting down to every item and how things should be pronounced and trying to find. So we also have a consultant in Spain too, but it's like it's somewhat less relevant to the dialects that are around, Spanish dialects that are around here. And so we have the measures, we validate them in that like, our kind of rapid online measures can very accurately predict the gold standards in Spanish. But that's not the question you asked. You asked about like, how can they actually inform instruction? And that's the much more complicated question. And
because when you see those performance curve distributions as they move to the right, it certainly looks like there's not only identification is important in terms of interventions for children that are struggling. However, what's the key intervention that makes that curve move to the right? And is it something that we're doing, or is it the substrate we're receiving? We have genius children in our district. We all.
But that first one, by the way, you would have seen that in first grade.
Well, I don't know about that. So here we have this ongoing problem, right? Where we have, for instance, in math, not language, but math. People take their kids and they put them in these institutes that are popping up all over the place, right? And so is our performance change a reflection of resources and the local community pouring their income into the education of their children outside of the schools? Or is there something that we're doing inside the schools that both culturally and by instruction is making this difference?
Yeah, and that's the question I can't answer. It's like the type of thing. I mean, to me, that type of question, if there is, interest across the districts, like the type of thing that I think we can do through this research practice partnership model.
Yeah.
And it's like we could. So the other thing that's in the Roar platform now is parent-facing score reports. So that if
they're new, they will eventually be shared, but
yeah, they're still in there like not ready to be shared because we're still getting feedback on how teachers want to see it communicated. But you could imagine a second iteration where we do we send logins home to all the parents and ask them to complete surveys and to me, that's like the exact type of research question I would love to collaborate with school districts on. And like, I don't know, my side goal in like building this whole platform is having the opportunity to ask those types of questions. And like you could also come to this from another perspective, like most of these private learning centers are totally not evidence-based. I'm not saying that they're necessarily bad, but like some are exceptional and some are
turn and burn.
Yep. And like no one studies them, and like as a scientist, like they're if I go and ask 3 of them if they want me to compare, like they don't want to be compared against each other. So but parents want to know, and so yeah, it's like the other side. Like I would love to find partnerships to actually ask those questions.
It's awesome. Is this at this point, do you think a standalone assessment tool, or does it still need balance between this and say like things like FMP and the WJ and all that stuff?
I think it stands on its own at this point. And I guess I'd say like for what use case for as a screener, like totally, we've compared it against all the others and haven't found any that are that work as well. And there might be use cases that we haven't looked at yet. Then there's also the like for what purpose for screening. I think that's like I feel we've kind of solved that part. For the more like diagnostic and like informing teachers on exactly what various platforms have like various things they offer. If you ask me how good are the recommendations, this is one place where it's like it's just really hard because like they are made up by someone in the company. They're not like there's no like scientific papers. Like as a scientist, like I can't like
Can't assess their.
I can't like it's like take iReady, which is one that a lot of people like to give a lot of recommendations. I don't not that I think the recommendations are bad or anything, but like when someone's like, well, where do they come from? Like what's the research? Like is it some person in the company? Is it a team? Did they contract like maybe?
Well, coming back to the what you were saying is that it's a good screener, but then when you're fine tuning down to the exact needs of that particular learner, how are we using this tool? Is this just this is the screener and then we come back and do a more fine tuned assessment? Is that what happens? Like the kids that are doing fine are doing fine. The kids that are not doing so well, how do we really hone in on them?
Perfect time to turn around. So this is definitely something, I mean, as a partnership, this is our third year going on. So I believe this is all of our kiddos. So our third graders took the test in second grade and in first grade, and the first grade data includes, the data set includes them, right? Not just this year's current first graders.
This is just this year's.
Oh, this is just this year.
Yeah, this is just this year.
Right.
Yeah.
Our third graders have been doing this since their first grade year, and we started in a summer school with just kindergarten. What we've been able to do is share both our FMP data with Jason's team and our new FastBridge data. So at the end of spring last year, when we had both sets of data, I shared that with his grad students. And then throughout this year, we've been sharing as well, and I will share the next set. What we've seen and what we're seeing in the individual student reports that the reading specialists look through is there is strong correlation. The good news, I mean, this is kind of the same thing I say to you about Sabres and my Sabres. The good news is the kids that flag is at risk on the roar are the same kids that we already know about. His assessment isn't finding students that we are clueless about and vice versa. And so that to us is that triangulation of these children really are at risk. And so now what do? We dig deeper, we do progress monitoring, we administer very specific interventions in the classroom and use the FastBridge tools that are sensitive to be used on a weekly basis to monitor growth. And from there, we determine, are we closing the gap? Inside, I mean, this is kind of the immediate learning right now. Some are doing it. This year's goal for everybody was just to get on the screener, give the data, get good at reading the data. We only have a handful of teachers doing that next piece, which really is going to be what changes outcomes for students. That's going to be the next year of like, okay, now you've had a year under your belt. Now we know how to read the data. Now we know who's at risk. Our reading specialists have been really digging in and working with same thing, right? There's a system that makes these recommendations, and our specialists who know kids really well are utilizing this year to say, this recommendation is not deep enough. This is what we actually need to do. And that's what we're using this year to kind of figure out so that we can be better tailored next year to teachers to say, now you got this chunk that's in the red or at high risk, probably we want to label them because we can find out what their real gaps are so that we can teach to the skill. Because we do have a lot of kids who come in ready. So I think there's maybe a lot of things that are glossed over and aren't taught quite so explicitly because most of the kids are already doing. And so we have to get really good at finding that area, teaching explicitly to the phonemic awareness, the phonics, all of the basic skills development, because no matter what you do, it's find the gap for the kid, teach to that gap, and then monitor progress. And if there's no progress, that's when we bring in our psychologists to do potentially a psycho-ed evaluation. But if there's no progress because we're not teaching explicitly, then it's not that there's something wrong with the child, it's that we're not doing our job.
And this is the side also, like from my perspective, where like it's a question I'm not the one to answer. Like what really matters, like there's not there are like some universal things that really matter, but a lot of it depends on the curriculum you're using. So, you know, if you ask, like there's a bunch of different dyslexia intervention programs. Some schools like have a program they use, and that like what you would want to assess, like to give more detailed recommendations really depends on that program. So, like I gave the example of morphology. So like knowing prefixes and suffixes, is particularly for older readers, that's like one thing that many programs target is like automatizing the ing as ing and like automatizing that recommendation. But if you're not using a program that like focuses on that, then that assessment itself wouldn't be useful. It'd just be like something a teacher would look at and be like, oh, they have no morphology. Like they're not as good at morphology. Like, what am I gonna do with that? So like, yeah, there's like, yeah, two sides of that.
So then this also ties into the work that we're doing with our teacher leaders in terms of the strategic plan that we've kind of looked at earlier tonight in terms of identifying power standards. There are foundational skills that you have to have before you go on to the next level. And we have to define what those are so that everybody gets them. And then our teacher leaders are then filling in the gap of like, we see this in our curriculum, but there's a missing, and here's the supplemental that we're going to be doing so that we can be more consistent. And it's not just the teachers that are used to having higher populations of ELs or students who are struggling learners are really good at going through, or those who have the benefit of working with Linda Wilkinson or Stephanie Master get all of the really explicit instruction. We are doing all of that work kind of at the district level to try and seep down into consistency, right? Pulling out the great practices from all of the various schools and various classrooms. Because ultimately, I mean, we've asked Jason this several times, right? Like everybody wants that panacea, the silver bullet of do this program and nobody's going to be dyslexic. Well, it doesn't really matter if you are or you're not. What matters is we identify where the gaps are and teach explicitly to those gaps, and we diagnose those and give you what you need.
It's so exciting to hear you guys talk about this, especially the excitement with which you talk about this. So can I ask the dyslexia versus the comprehension performance? How do you distinguish that? That seems like it would be hard for a particular screener to meet out those particular things.
That's the exact thing that actually like we nail with this really quickly. Is pulling out, you know, single word decoding abilities, which is really the foundation of dyslexia, like being able to decode print into like decode written language, right? Written language is an arbitrary code we've made up to represent spoken language, and children with dyslexia are the ones that continually struggle to like master this code. And if you can't decode, comprehending is also really difficult, right?
Yeah.
You know, if you're struggling through word by word, you're gonna struggle with just about everything. But there are also children who, you know, master decoding skills and still, you know, perform low on like, you know, state assessment, like so smarter balance and like state assessments, and for more focused issues with comprehension. So from the assessment side, that's like, you know, the first thing that actually, that was like the first thing we were developing this for, is like many schools actually only really assess comprehension.
Yep.
And so they know, like they come to us and like, we know we have a lot of, you know, we know we're way behind standards, but we don't know why. And to me, that's like the first thing you can pull apart is like the students that have issues with decoding, like I would think it's kind of a solved problem. Like we kind of know what to do. You have to like invest the resources, create a program. What to do for students who have like mastered decoding skills and are reading fluently, but just struggling with comprehension, that's not a solved problem. It's like a lot more.
It sounds like your understanding of what dyslexia is allowed you to create a tool that allowed you to screen for that in addition to the next stages. But could you then use that for other issues that impair acquisition of language?
Yeah, so we're you should just come hang in the lab and talk with people. Yeah, it's work doing.
No, he's an MD PhD.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's a 10-year journey. Don't get me into any particular.
So I have a joint appointment. I am not a real doctor, just a PhD doctor, but I do have a joint appointment across pediatrics. And so there's the other side of this that this is now in the process of being implemented in standard practice in clinics as well. And I'll tell like the brief on the clinical side, like many kids get referred to the developmental behavioral pediatrics clinic for ADHD. And that's like the most common reason kids get referred into clinics.
Say hi to Dr. Nathan.
What is that?
Say hi to Dr. Nathan.
Oh, okay. Oh, no. So, and one of the questions is like, so, because they're like causing issues in class, they have attention issues. Sometimes it's ADHD, sometimes it's kids with dyslexia who haven't been diagnosed. And, I mean, like there's somewhat of a gender split on this, but like particularly, for boys who are really struggling with reading as they get into the later grades, when you're, if you're in a circle of kids and you're being asked to read something aloud, it's gonna be your turn and you can't do it. There's acting out is a popular way to get out of doing it. And so pediatricians often suspect that it's not actually ADHD, it's some other issue, but like they can't bill insurance, like spend 2 hours doing a bunch of assessments. So we're implementing this as standard practice as a screener for all the kids coming through the clinic for a variety of diagnoses to like understand this interval. And like you can see both sides. If you can't, if you're really struggling with reading, like there's like a lot. I think you guys see where I'm going.
Yeah, that's great.
And then some of the other language measures, like the receptive vocabulary measure, actually validated down to age 3, and the clinic's going to start using that as a screener just for general language delays. It's now been translated into 5 languages. We have English, German, Portuguese, Spanish. Something else. What is that?
Maybe Russian.
I haven't done Russian yet. But so we're starting to like, and so I'm back to the language question, which is like the really interesting one. Like that, it's another area where we still want to work with schools on that, like figure, like there's this interplay between which language should you assess in, and what should that mean over time for kids' scores, and like anyone that tells you it's a solve, like that they. You can buy many products that like think they know what to do, but like it's really a continuing conversation.
Yeah. Barriers to adoption. So there's a particular district may have some strong institutional biases about how they do assessments. Are there both those and in addition, you say things in terms of the bureaucratic issues with regards to like state laws and things like that. And then in terms of cost.
Great questions.
1, 2, I guess those are 3 different things.
Those are 3 questions. Maybe you can give us advice on, like, we are in a stage of scaling. So we have, I think, like our user base represents about 100,000 students or something like that. And we are trying to figure out what our long-term, like, we're all committed to not doing what usually happens, just like selling it to a company. But we do need to figure out what our long-term sustainability model is, and also how to, like, as we scale more, there just are more costs. Like the data management side increases incrementally, but just needing to like answer the phone when someone's having a problem or has forgotten people forget passwords. And I've never forgotten, like, all these things, like, we have to have like data security standards where like we can't just have someone call and be like, I'm Ching Behe, I forgot my password, can I have access to all the BRSSD data? Like, do we have to have these practices in place, and the cost of us supporting that obviously scale. Just like right now, this question, I was just at a conference where there's like a lot of foundations and philanthropy, and like having the same long conversation over and over again with like a bunch of different program officers from different foundations, and getting advice and finding both individuals that are interested in supporting this, foundations that are interested in supporting this, government grants, another portion of our support.
So I can tell you, in year 1, I had the rosters and I made blind logins for everybody and blind passwords that we got to write down and pass out, and I helped all those little 5-year-olds log in. It was really fun. Since then, because of our wonderful partnership with the Gardner Center and whatnot, we are able to share information with Stanford, and all of our kids are logged in via Clever.
Yeah.
So they log in with their single sign-on, their information is completely secure. There's a little Roar tab, they click on it and they take the preloaded tests. Each of our grade levels takes 3 or 4 different tests and it just 1, 2, 3. So kids log in, they are following their normal piece and they're done. So just in 3 years, our practice in terms of sustainability has been much improved. His team in the first couple of years came out and performed every single assessment, went to every single classroom and did it. We have our reading specialists leading the class right now. So really, classrooms come to the library, the reading specialists facilitate it, kids log in, they're done half an hour later, they go back to class, that's it. So in terms of like a local adoption barrier, I think it's pretty straightforward now. We've got it worked out. Our reading specialists are very comfortable. So if we want to add another grade level next year, it's not something that I think is going to be pulling teeth. It is truly 30 minutes 3 times a year. The more difficult question, which doesn't have to do with Jason's team, is if his data are reliable, why do we also need to do our local data?
Mhm.
And right now, this is a research practice partnership and it's validated from a research lens, but it's not like the official thing. So that's where we as a district need to decide where we move if and when this becomes validated, right? We don't need to do 2 metrics, but right now we have 1 official metric and 1 that we're trying out.
Mhm.
The other barrier to adoption is some districts, and this is not one of them, don't want to know the problems they have.
Yeah.
And this is something that they often say to us, like, we're on calls and they're like getting ready to adopt Roar, and then they realize that their data is not going to look like this, and they're going to reveal a problem that is at a scale that they don't have the ability, funding, wherewithal to actually address. And often they decide that, like, if since legislation is not requiring us to assess beyond 2nd grade, for example, in many states, and they know that they have not like shifted the distributions like this, that is one of our other barriers to scale. And that's one, like, I can't push people to, I don't push. We are there for districts that want to work with us to help.
Yeah, I'll stop up here, Nina. Thanks for that time. That was awesome.
Mr. Cost or Mr. Bruno?
So thank you very much for this amazing presentation. Some of the questions were kind of already been fleshed out by Trustee Howard and Chin Pei, but I did have a question on this, and what I'm kind of ascertaining is I had my question around exactly what Trustee Howard asked about if you could eliminate the bias in that so that you knew if it was this amazing improvement by the amazing staff that we have, was it superstar, kids, was it a school site? Could you determine that it was not external environmental factors or anything? Because I know that if you have a pre and post test and you have a learning intervention, right? Try to eliminate the biases so that you could say, oh, it was what we did in the workshop or whatever it is. This seems to be, from what I've been hearing, it's like more like a point in time, like it's like a current snapshot, but it's not actually yet to the point where we could take it farther or.
Well, so we have the longitudinal data on each of these individuals. So like the current 3rd graders started in Roar. So the first year we started working together, we did all the 1st graders. And then when the next year we did all the 2nd graders and 1st graders. And so each year we've kind of added in new cohort. I'm hoping these 3rd graders, when they become 4th graders, will keep taking Roar. So we do have each individual's, learning curve over time. What we don't have is like the causal factor of like, was it the awesome stuff Ching Pei was doing, like organizing and the teachers and reading specialists and all that, or was it like the awesome learning center that opened up that all the families like paid for and went to outside of the district?
Yeah.
And the way we could answer that, like we didn't have a plan to do this, but there's like, if that was and this is like kind of the goal of the research practice partnership model. It's like over time that research questions get co-developed. So what I'd say to you all is like, if there's a lot of interest in, understanding that, it's like we could add a survey to this where we ask, we co-create some survey questions and say, be like, what else outside of the classroom, what else are you doing? Are you like, check the book, how many hours a day do you read to your, how many books do you have in your, how many kids books do you have in your home? How many hours do you read to your kids? How many like external services do you buy? What are they? Put together like a thoughtful questionnaire that like, in that case, like represents common things in this area. And then we can now bin the data, say, okay, so now we have, those will be fourth graders next year. And so we could ask them for like the last 4 years what they've been doing. Then we have each of those individuals' growth curves. We could like split the data and I could come back and say, here's the growth curve for all the kids that are just like standard practice, like they're in the school, they play sports, they go home. Their parents read to them bit, like that's all. Then here's the growth curve for all the students that pay for all these like fancy external things. Like it doesn't quite get to causality because there's, now you also have this socioeconomic compound, which like, how much is it all these external things, or just the fact that there's like the families that have the resources to afford all those external things, like other stuff's going on. So the causality question is really hard, but like we could co-create that type of research study to start getting at that. We can look across schools as well. This is combining the whole district. My understanding is there is a lot of variability.
And when we look at the individual site data, it looks a little bit different. I mean, the reports, we are able to filter and look at different things. The one thing that, this is just one snapshot. I think we do have the ability to disaggregate by our kind of standard factors of FRL, low SES, parent ed level, from just a purely, are there patterns? We can even look at kind of years in district. Anecdotally, we're hearing that we're getting a lot of kids in the upper grades that are brand new to the country who are coming without school, which is different than the older kids that we've typically received in previous years, right? So there's stuff that we can look at without, it's like I said, I don't, even if we add questions, I'm not sure we're going to be able to say that it's because of X, Y, or Z, because there are so many intertwined factors that we know impact the student outcomes. So.
We can start, looking across those things. If those things like I don't know how, I've never been to a school board meeting before, by the way. So I don't actually know what you all do after this, but I would put it back to you, if there's interest from parents, have a workshop and co-create some questions like that you would like Stanford researchers to answer about your district, like something that would be, has to be something that like has some like general utility, like where it's not just like a consulting contract thing, like something that could generate generalizable knowledge. And then we can have a conversation, figure out like what we could do, even that point of like disaggregating this data across, like so if I split this into the distributions for families that are on free and reduced price lunch versus not, I haven't looked at that for this district, but we know very well like the rough effect size, like those distributions will split. But then the question is, are they growing at the same rate, right? So if you showed that
the growth rate, I think, is more interesting than the absolute where are you.
Totally, and it actually might be that usually when you see a distribution shift like this, like you see the students that are coming in at the bottom of the on the red, there's a lot of people at the bottom there, and those are the ones that are like you see them shifting up. So to me that suggests like it's not that. Like if you saw on the other hand that there's still a pile up of students below the 25th percentile, but then like the kids at the top were only the ones shifting up. I think that would be more in line with kind of your worry that it's like highly resourced families that their kids are doing pretty well, and then they're buying more stuff and making them do better, and has like this type of shift would seem unlikely since like you're really seeing that those that are at the bottom are. The whole thing is shifting, but we can look at more in detail. It's really cool. Like, I think that's like, so if you guys talk about this, so Stanford has a formal like research partnership with all the districts that feed into Sequoia Union. And the goal of this is like for researchers and local district leaders to partner on these questions that are, mutually mutually interesting. And then also to try to share information across districts, like you should go talk to all your colleagues and tell them what you're doing well.
We're gonna keep bragging.
Go on the road you should go to the other school board meetings and about what's going well here.
We'll be able to show our face and
No, that's how you make friends, right? Tell them how you're doing.
how we're doing great.
I think what you're saying is great. I think at the end of, yeah, because at the end of the day, you want to kind of be able to know when you're evaluating programs, right? And which program is, so because it takes a lot to implement, it takes a lot to onboard a program. So it's not only the fiscal investment, but also just the intellectual capital in it. And so you want to be able to see, is it this program? Or is it this program and maybe it is the growth rate we're looking at, but you also want to then, you want to kind of know, well, what as a district, right?
Totally. And if you guys ever want to do like a randomized control trial or something, like if you're ever in a place where you can say, we have two reading curriculum and, we want to, and Xingpei wants to double the amount of time she's spending on the job and train half her classrooms to administer one and the other half administer, and that's the gold standard for asking, like, how much does this curriculum decision matter? It's like you want to, basically half your teachers randomly get trained in one or half randomly get sent. Those are the kind of things that we're always putting a lot of work on you.
Sure, any district is ever gonna, I don't know. Just because, inevitably one will be better than the other, and then you got this, you gave my child the bad curriculum.
Oh, it's important to do that. I mean, that's how it works in medicine, It's like, in the early days of COVID, a bunch of people got the placebo, and then they were also first in line to get the vaccines. That's how we learned.
One final question. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
When you say that the teachers, and I can understand why they would want to get to that granular level. Right now, this assessment doesn't kind of pinpoint or disseminate back to the teacher yet. We tested them on this and this is what they're missing, or you have metrics around that, or it does do that? Okay.
Yeah, we get down pretty granular, and that's one thing that we're also always asking for feedback from teachers on, because roughly half the teachers that we talk to always like, this isn't that useful to me because what I really want to know is like the specific.
Yeah.
And then the other half the teachers say, this really isn't useful to me. Can you give me all this really detailed information? I just want to know so it turns out, yeah, exactly. So in our score reports over generations have changed a lot, and now like it's kind of there's a lot of like user experience, like design questions in there of like, how do you have like these two populations of teachers that kind of want different things, and how do we make something that, so kind of how we build them. I don't know, I could plug in and show you, but like the score reports are interactive. They kind of start at the high level of like distributions of the whole district, and then drill down to the level of individuals, and then drill down to the level of like specific skills for specific individuals. And if you get down to the very bottom of it, it's totally overwhelming because it gets down to like for the young kids, like which letter sound correspondences they do know and do not know. So like they'll say like, oh, this kid is confusing "ba" and "da," but knows the others. So there's like, but that's also a ton of data. As soon as the teacher's looking at it, they're like, oh, like a lot. So that's kind of like the design question for us. But like the data's in there, and we're constantly like trying to figure out like, well, where do we start? How do we like bring people in? I mean, part of my other side is like, how do I bring teachers in to like want to look at data more, to find data useful?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Trustee Bruno?
I feel bad. I do have questions.
It's fun.
Your energy seems to be doing fine.
Xingpei told me that you guys ask a lot of questions, and that's great.
Don't talking about me.
I hate giving talks where I give my spiel and then it's like a quiet, like a room of people who just like.
We got you covered.
Yeah.
All right. These are going to be, I think, relatively basic, but I'm hoping to grab information from it. Open source, open access. What does that mean?
So open source meaning like, I don't know, go to Yeatman Lab, github.yeatman lab, and you can like pull the code for these. It does, I don't know how much people like software
nerds on this, but like we do have a somewhat restrictive license where you can't like pull our code and then like start a company and start selling it.
Yeah.
That would violate the license. But you can go on there and look through it all. And for anyone that is a software engineer, you're like, here, go submit bug reports.
Yes.
You know, things can get better. And so that for me as a scientist, like so through my career, everything I've done has been open source. Historically, I've done a lot of brain imaging software and like methods around like making non-invasive brain measurements. And that's like all not actually good for, you'll see a decade or so of like open source repositories.
Gotcha.
Yeah. These are the only ones though that actually do have a somewhat restrictive license.
Yeah, okay. And like maybe I heard you say something, but like does.
Oh, sorry, open access, meaning that any school we're offering this for free.
Yep. Just like, does that impact like sustainability or anything like that? Like if we want to use this and we want to keep using it for 10 years, can we?
Yeah. I mean, one thing we're committing to is like schools that are adopting this now will keep it free forever. Like, yeah, I can't, predicting the future is hard. Predicting the future is hard. And like my hope is like we have some awesome foundations that are, supporting us. We're trying to figure out like how our costs scale as we scale.
Yeah.
And so like what's the funding amount we need to be able to like offer this to we are offering it to every school, but like if every school in the country adopts this, we will have costs that scale beyond what we currently can afford. But I think my feeling of like the nonprofit world too is like if you're actually like providing a useful service at that scale, like someone's going to want to pay for it. Like costs.
Okay. And again, this might be obvious, but like what I'm proposing is that like all students do this screener, we're calling it, you mentioned 3 different metrics. Is that all at the same time? Like I know it's only 15 minutes, but is it that it's 4 minutes in March and 4 minutes in April, or what do we?
It could be, but generally, I mean, some schools usually schedule around like a class period. So often there's like the actual whole session takes 30 minutes. Like there's kind of 15 minutes of core measures, but often we have other measures that will say, hey, we're like working on a new measure of like written vocabulary. We can't give you the scores yet because like it's still in this validation, but we think that if you let us do, add in this extra 5 minutes, we think it will be useful. And we have a conversation and like we'll talk to Ching-Pei about that. And she'll say, oh, these ones like could be useful for us. These ones not so much. And so often like, whether it takes 15 versus 20 minutes doesn't matter a ton. And so we'll add in some additional measures when it makes sense. And that gives us data to keep like better.
Once a year?
3 times. We're doing it 3 times.
3 times, fine.
3 times a year, okay.
Yep, fall, winter, and spring.
My ideal for assessment is that assessments would be 3 times a year in like up through like 2nd or 3rd grade, and then would switch to be like keeping doing them, but being like in an 8th grader, you don't need to do it 3 times a year, but like it is really useful for a middle school teacher to know like who are the kids that are still struggling.
Right. I don't think I saw this as a metric. And I don't know that I care. Do you see, like if it's 3 times a year, are you seeing this throughout the year? Because what we saw was only once per year, really. Like kind of like
this was just our most recent.
Exactly.
This was like the data that we like collected.
Yeah.
And I was sitting next to Ching-Pei at a meeting. I was like, hey, I should show you this. It's really like looks really.
It also show us what's happening in the 9 months that is school.
Totally. Yeah. You can look, from one. Yeah, exactly. Like you can look at. So eventually there will be like score reports showing like your kids' growth over time. That go home to you.
Yeah.
Where you can like
Right.
look at, like say, is your kid struggling, and then also like look at their growth.
Shouldn't struggle yet. Or what?
Yeah, and what skill they're struggling in, and it's like also the other design side for us is like how to build the information for like, but where it's useful for parents, it's useful for teachers, useful for administrators.
And that could be the part where it's maybe catered to what people want to see or want to know, even to a parent level.
Yeah. So other thing I'll say on that is like, so some, one of the districts we're working with it is in Tennessee. Well, it's actually a community-based organization that works in the district with the highest youth incarceration rate in the country.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're actually our partner for designing the parent-facing score reports, because it's one of the hardest design challenges, because the community-based organization that we work with in this community, their estimate is that roughly 50 to 60% of the parents in their community are illiterate.
Mm.
So the challenge for us is like, how do we build something that here in Belmont, you all will look at and find it useful and informative about your kid. Then also in this community, like we can build something that is useful there. And they're like a really cool case where they're an advocacy organization that's like helping train parents how to advocate for their students in districts where like, you know, most students graduate high school illiterate.
Right.
And
Yeah. Semi-related to that beautiful thing you just described, and Team Faith is kind of have for you is good or bad. Is this a thing that schools we measured on as well or judged on? Like we kind of said it of like your person saw this was like, I want to send my kid there. Like, will this mean that we do well by the dyslexic population or just whatever through reading comprehension, you know?
I think data is a big garbage in, garbage out business, right? Like, it's great for us to know.
Yeah.
And all those kids would be below the 25th percentile if we do nothing for them.
Mm-hmm.
But like, this is a moment in time, and I think what we need to measure ourselves against is the growth. Right, like if our kids all come in the third grade distribution and they leave in the third grade distribution, we look great if we take one moment in time.
Yeah.
We look at our growth over time and it's pretty stagnant, and we can't really pat ourselves on the back. So I think it's all about teaching data literacy, not only of our staff, so they know how to use the information and change the outcome for kids, but also educating our families so that when they see this, they know how to judge their kids' progress. And it's not tisk school, my kid's still in the 25th percentile. Well, your kid started in the 3rd percentile and they're at the 25th percentile. And that's a huge celebration, right? Like that conversation needs to not just be what is the percentile yet.
Right.
Because it could be the flip side of my kid's at the 90th percentile. Good job. Well, they came in at the 95th and they're leaving at the 90th. I'm sorry. Right. Like, so it's you have to be really careful with what we share.
Yeah. What about
I think for us, from an educator perspective, it's about knowing, having the quick, efficient tools to say who's at risk, so we can spend our times in a smart way, strategically intervening for the kids who are at risk.
Yeah. What about site by site? Like same thing, like is it a thing that you intend to maybe?
So, I mean, I think from an actual use perspective right now, we have our reading specialists kind of taking the charge on it. They're the ones looking at the data. They're the ones sharing it with the classroom teachers. The next step for us isn't just to grow it to 4th grade, but is really to start giving some independence back to the classroom teachers to look at the data, which, you know, their question right now is, are we going to continue doing this? It seems like it's telling the same information that we get out of FastBridge. To me, I'm saying hallelujah. That means our metrics are working and they're consistent. But I do feel that, like, if I can do this with one computer administration in 30 minutes, why do I need to do the one-on-one pieces? I do think we get different information and they do still need to exist.
Yeah.
But there is a place, and what we have to figure out is, what do we use when? And what do we do with that information?
Gotcha. Thank you. You mentioned FastBridge, and it leads to my next question for you. Does FastBridge meet the standard that is being legislated for universal screening?
The standard being that we have to test the various components of developmental reading. Yes, we look at morphology, we look at phonemic awareness, we look at phonics. There's 2 more components that I'm forgetting. I'm blanking on right now.
But FastBridge does.
They are included in the FastBridge metric.
And you mentioned that this doesn't yet. Is that, I think, what you said?
no, we do the state passed screening legislation, but it hasn't taken effect yet. I think it takes effect in a little more than a year.
Yeah.
And the panel is currently meeting to decide on the criteria against which screeners will be approved or not.
Right.
And so.
And then you might just cater to that.
So like there's like one dimension, like there's things it has to assess, and we both assess them. What are the exact criteria is TBD. But if anyone, it seems like this is a group that actually likes detailed information from a long meeting. I could tell you that all the committee meetings are open. You can sit there on Zoom and listen to them. Like we tag along. I mean, I like have colleagues that are on the committee, which like now that I'm gonna submit, I can't talk with them outside of it. Like it's very regulated state process, but which screeners get approved, like some states are inclusive in that there's anything that meets some minimum threshold, others are exclusive and kind of have like want to give 1 or 2 contracts. We don't know what the state of California is gonna do. Everyone thinks they'll probably be pretty inclusive. I'm guessing that they'll.
Right, so there's no approved list yet, so we'll have to wait, but we know what are the components we have to assess.
Yeah.
We have a thing in that fast bridge, even if we used, I don't know, that you named Aurora, sorry, there we go, sorry. We don't need another thing, possibly one of them will meet that law. And the other is we know will be useful, or both will be.
Unless there's a strong advocacy from a certain, like from a different for-profit company that which has happened in a lot of states, that there's like, the list includes like 2 screeners and like the one happens to be.
Talk money.
But then both cost a lot of money and one happens to be like from like the governor's best friend.
Yeah.
And it's all joking aside, it's like.
Oh, yeah. I'm not yet.
We don't know, so.
Right.
But I like, they're really good people on the committee, so that'd be
Yeah.
surprising to hear. There's been a lot of thought, but
Okay.
California.
Thank you. Last one, which hopefully is easy. When I look at the data and you talked about not adaptive, but whatever, like how it changes by year. It's not that I'm seeing that they're just getting good at taking the test. Or not, I get test being the wrong word, but whatever.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that's like something we can look at it is, basically we have some where it's like administered very close together and you see basically like no improvement at all.
Yeah.
You see very little change over the course of like 3 months,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
And that's like to be expected, like reading skills.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Going along with what Trustee Bruno said, so are the first, second, and third graders, are they all tested on the same set of words, or do the words get
The words, so.
longer, complicated?
Yeah, they all start off with like basically a random sample from our item bank, and that's where then the computer adaptive testing algorithms, like each response you give, it's under the hood, like trying to estimate what your ability is on this test, and then present you with the item that's like right at your ability. So like you take, first grade class and everyone's like roughly the same item at the beginning, but by the end of the test, people one end of the distribution will be getting very different words than others. And, many, so like a BRSSD third grader is probably getting the same words on average that like another district's 6th grader is getting, because you guys are about 3 years ahead of like the national norm. So.
Thank you. And then just for the mechanics of it, old reading assessment would be the teacher would have to sit with the student and the student would have to read aloud and et cetera. And so this saves a lot of time, which is amazing, which is great. Does the student verbalize out loud the word, or is it all in here? And
that's been like, in the, if I had given the 45-minute version of the talk, I would have gone into like the details of how we talk. Yeah, so everything, so I guess I actually am now giving the 45-minute talk. But yeah, so all, like each method is designed where we're like thinking, like trying to design a silent response test that will like tap into the same, like, we measure reading out loud, it's observable. Reading out loud doesn't actually matter. Like as I was watching you read your notes, like you were reading them silently and quickly. Like that's the reading skill that we want to develop. We conventionally assess reading by having kids read out loud because it's something you can like observe and like feel. But that's been like the scientific goal here. Like how do we create tasks where, just buttons, touch screens, like interactions with a computer or device, they'll tap into the same thing, and like that takes iteration. There.
Okay, thank you. And then
so that's also, by the way, how we can like do like, so our data stream also feel the aspect of sustainability is very lightweight. We're not taking speech data. We don't have to fight OpenAI for GPUs to like process these things. Actually, most of it is written like processed client side on people's really whatever laptop or Chromebook in the district actually like doing most of the processing itself. So it like keeps everything that's actually written to our servers like very light.
awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your very thorough presentation, all your work with the district. And thank you for answering our extensive questions.
Can I ask you one? I have a question. So
Some.
while you're passing that out,
Just, remember.
just point of curiosity. So I was a second grade teacher. I did equivalent of F&P, reading and writing, the literature project way back when. Like, we did a lot of similar type assessments. Yet when I think about the dyslexia screening, I don't know that we were ever really effective at helping diagnose dyslexia. How, and this is probably more past the roar, but more from the state's perspective. Like when I look at that distribution from first grade to second grade to third grade, if those were all the same kids year over year, right? Like I'm seeing those kids shift out of that critical piece, but at what point am I saying, there's an issue that the dyslexia screening should be flagging for me?
I mean, in this data is odd for districts. Most districts are not moving the distribution. So usually what you would see, like, you take a cutoff like the 25th percentile and say, those are the kids that are at risk.
Okay.
Every district you go to, those kids are at risk, like, so most states require screening up to second grade. The same kids that were flagged in first grade are flagged again in second grade. And then, happens they go to third grade, they're not flagged anymore just because they're not assessed.
Okay.
And then they go on to be high schoolers, and like there's a lot of it's actually been we've been partners with a lot of high schools that, and this is like I had so much questions about like barriers to adoption. A lot of high schools will run a pilot and basically like, oh crap, like 25, like one of the high schools we just worked with, which I won't mention, it was about 30% of their students were reading at the average level of second graders here. These were like 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th graders. At a district that serves like many thousands of kids, not in this state.
Got it.
And so that's like the issue with screening and like I don't know, if now you put me on a soapbox right around the screening legislation where it's focused on a certain age range under the assumption that every district is doing what the RSSD is doing, which is like taking the data seriously, seeing the kids that need intervention, intervening, working with them, following them over time. And most districts are screening for compliance only, and like nothing gets done with the data. So you have a kid that's flagged at risk at first, flagged at risk at second, and then third grade, they like disappear and like they don't have risk anymore because they're not assessed. You're not at risk if you're not assessed for it.
So thank you. Much appreciated. I appreciate all the work that you do with Qingpei, the partnership that we have with you, Stanford, the Gardner School is just fantastic. And thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our school board meets every Thursday, third Thursday of every month. Feel free, it's stimulating.
You can even watch on YouTube.
We're good. Thank you. Thank you.
By the way, thanks for all the questions. I don't get to do this very often. And it's really fun when people want to engage and ask stuff. Yeah, I can only leave some. It's just like a roar card or the website.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Item number 13 is our facilities update. I think that, and so our chief business official, Rui Bao, is going to go through this item for us.
All right, nearly as cutting edge and exciting as, amazing EL strategies. The reason people move to Belmont, people are posting in Slacks about this, so just leveling expectations here. All right, so the goal of tonight's facilities update is to kind of give an overall update on various facilities endeavors over the past year. And then following this is an informational item, following this will be an action item as well. So 4 main topics. When we talk about facilities, there's kind of 4 strands of work. So one is energy efficiency. So this was the scope of work that the board approved a couple of years ago for identifying energy efficiency improvements That's funded by the actual savings that we get from the energy efficiency. We have Angie tonight to kind of give an update on that. But that's kind of the work that's been ongoing, and we just wanted to update the board on that. The second piece of work is transitional kindergarten. So this also came up a few years ago about ensuring that we have the facilities we need to fully implement universal TK, which takes effect fall of 2025. So that's coming out of the existing bond, which we issued in November of last year. And then I will be giving an update on that, and this is going to be the action item following this. So I'll be giving an update on where we are with that. Finally, maintenance. So this is kind of, there's the ongoing piece, but also occasionally we have larger deferred maintenance projects outside the scope of just regular routine repair and maintenance that Marcial and his team do. We have been using the existing bond where allowable, because spoiler alert, our TK is actually a little bit under budget, which has been great. So the Ralston storm drainage project, for instance, is part of this. And then we've got a couple of roofing projects there as well. And then finally, facilities master planning, which is a project that we started this fall. Over the fall, we've been kind of doing the facilities needs update and evaluation, and I'll be just giving a brief update on that. So that is the 4 topics that we'll be covering tonight. And we'll start with energy efficiency, and I will turn it over to our colleagues over from Engie.
Hey everyone, it's good to see you again. I'm Logan Algren. I'm a project manager with Engie. I'm here with Louise Boulay. She's helped get the project off the ground. So yeah, I wanted to just remind you of the project that we have been doing for Belmont-Redwood Shore School District. Give a status update of where things are right now, and then talk a little bit about some of the measurement verification stuff that we're doing. We have, for the most part, completed interior and exterior LED lighting retrofits across the district at all 8 sites. We have 1 room remaining that we're still waiting on just a little bit of product with. And we have built 4 solar arrays at the 4 sites kind of up on the hill that are offsetting almost 100% of the school's energy use. We have done some STEM education work with the district, a couple sites, and just as a kind of numbers game here, we have over 1 million kilowatt hours of electricity savings, which is about $272,000 in the first year of savings. And as Rui mentioned, it's a loan that's financed through the energy savings project.
I can drive.
Okay, sure. This is kind of a busy slide of just milestones for the solar construction. We finished the heavy construction in about September of last year. We did most of it before school started, but we did have some final remainder electrical work to do. We had our site shutdowns, which is where we shut down power at the site and connect into the PG&E switchgear in October through January of last year. Each site was on its own timeline for that. And then permission to operate at each site was November and January of this year. So the systems are on right now, and they are contributing power to the grid, and they've been so since November or January. We're still undergoing commissioning of our solar systems, which means we're fine-tuning the data that we're getting. So we're looking at all the different monitoring instruments that we've put on there. And we're going through like final trainings and final orientations for the systems. One of the trainings that we'll be doing with Rui in May is utility vision, which is how we monitor our solar production. It's just a way to you or the district will be able to view the system as well and see how the system is performing, but we also use it as a way for us to verify that, yes, we are meeting the production guarantees that we've given you. We expect to be done with the commissioning and everything in May. And in June or so, we hand the project over to our operations and maintenance team so that they can take the project on and continue the servicing the solar system. Yeah. So as I mentioned, this is just a very high overview look at what utility vision looked like. This shows the production at each school. The top one is Ralston, and then two, I can't quite read that, but Fox and Cipriani. Oh, and the very bottom line was Central because we had to turn the inverters off for a week or so. Yeah, so this is a very high overview. You will be able to drill in a little bit more to see there's different strings of solar modules. Each one you probably will be able to see that. So it's just kind of a primer for that. And yeah, as I said, this is how we verify how much energy is being produced by the solar arrays. And then just a brief note on STEM education. We did have several different events over the course of the last year or year and a half that we've presented a little bit before on this, but I will say that Luis and I both attended some of the science fair presentations at Sandpiper and Nesbitt, and I was pretty blown away by some of the presentations that I said. I was like, could not believe some of the 8th grade presentations that just really were very stellar. So very, very cool to see that. So yeah, that's all I've got, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. I'm going to start on this end of the table, and just thank you for waiting when we were having our last.
That was also very interesting.
Right? Thank you. So just ask my colleagues to be aware of the time.
I'm spent.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you.
Folks are out of energy here. I don't have any questions, but I just want to thank Angie for sponsoring the Kent Awards ceremony. So appreciate that. I know you've done it for 2 years now, so.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm curious, as you guys have gone through the implementation phase of the solar projects, opportunities for additional energy conservation projects that you might have noticed as you were walking through our district?
We did some looking at some things prior to the contract. We didn't really do anything while like during. But we did take a look at some HVAC opportunities. There's not a whole lot of savings there. One of the things that I'm interested in is electrification. So taking gas heating, converting it to electrical work. So that's an opportunity, but it also can be challenging because of electrical load and we need to deal with all of that. So
one of the charges that we had given to NG was that we were only going to be doing projects that paid for themselves, which I think does inherently constrain things a little bit. I think as we think about our facilities master planning, there's some other funds available there. Recently, there have also been funds available, particularly with HVAC from the state. And so I think when there's more funding involved, again, keep in mind that this was when we started working with NG, we were kind of just coming out of the pandemic, and it was really important as a budget priority that we only engage in projects that paid for themselves. So I do think, like NG had flagged things like electrification and HVAC, but upon a financial analysis, we decided it did not make sense at that scope at that time. But as more funding opportunities become available, we can certainly get back into the conversation.
Yeah, and the other thing we looked at was EV charging, which actually adds load and can be challenging to finance. Make the case that it pays for itself.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a question, actually. Obviously, Angie did a great job constructing everything over the summer and doing all that. And as you can see from the timeline, it took PG&E a while to give us permission to start realizing those savings. If, let's say, 2 years down the line, we electrify our HVAC, we want to install chargers and everything. So our electric load goes up and we install more panels. Do we have to go through the PTO process again? You can't just be like, you already let us, we have it all going. There's no tagging on.
Plug it in.
Whole team under, it's gonna be
Asking.
a whole new crop of PG&E people. Yeah, they're gonna be totally familiar with that. So,
Got it.
But-
And you probably sent like 100 emails on our behalf over the course of the months of,
It's always a challenge.
construction completion and it coming online between January and April. So they did a lot of great advocacy for us there.
Yeah, it's been great to work with Rui and facilities. Great.
Thank you so much.
Really, I think we finally hit our stride once we started going, so it was good.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us. All right, on to the second slice of facilities, in this never ending bucket of fun is transitional kindergarten. TK, so again, this conversation started when the state announced universal TK, and we wanted to make sure that we had the classrooms that were necessary. So progress to date, we've completed now the design phase of the project with Block and Leonakis, which is the design build entity that the board awarded our contract to. When they bid on it, they had something called a not to exceed. And so that was sort of their very back of envelope guess on what the price would be. Once we engaged with them, there was actual design, the process of design, walking our classrooms, and you just get more technical information about how much we think that project would cost. So at the time of the initial implementation, the rate or the initial contract award, the estimate was somewhere between 6.6 to 9.3 million. And that range was because we weren't sure exactly how we were going to tie in the plumbing and all that. So they just kind of said, if it's fully interior and modernization, that's probably going to be 6.6. If we're building entire new structures, that may be up to 9.3. As we started down the design process, unfortunately, we did have an increased scope, which was that, so when it comes to ADA compliance, ADA codes change over time. And generally, when the code changes, you're not required to then immediately upgrade all your facilities to the latest code, because that would obviously be really difficult and expensive. But anytime you do major construction, you then have to bring things up to code. And so there was a piece triggered at Fox, because we were doing construction there, that the slope of the walkway leading up to Fox is not compliant. And so we now have to actually do some concrete work in that walkway leading up. However, and so the first phase of the project after engaging them is they do all of these, they submit the designs, because once DSA accepts the designs, then we have a better idea of what the real scope of work is, and then go ahead and bid that out. And so the second part of it and the contract that will be an action item will be the guaranteed maximum price. So not to exceed is the initial estimate. Guaranteed maximum price is, this is a legally binding, like if they go over this cost, we have to come back to the board for approval, which means that there's usually a contingency built in to that as well. So the guaranteed maximum price, and we'll get back to that on the actual action item, is 5.2 million. So even with the added scope, we're coming in below budget, and that 5.2 million includes $1 million in contingencies. So contingencies will be, okay, we think the pipe is here, we might dig, like the pipe is rusted, we have to do something with the pipe. So 5.2 million is kind of the guaranteed, they can't exceed it without coming back to the
We
board.
don't have any problems with pipes here.
Yeah.
Nope.
So that's going to be the next step for that. The board is going to be asked to approve the guaranteed maximum price. And then this summer, we will begin construction on that. And then a quick reminder of the scope. So our TK projections, so you see 23, 24, our 26, 27. So what I have there is 26, 27, and then all the way to 29, 30, because What we're seeing is it sometimes takes a little bit of time as we're growing. Parents are still kind of confused about, is my student eligible for TK or not eligible? So we think it'll probably take a couple years for universal TK to really be universally understood. So long-term, right now we have 7 TK classes. Long-term, we imagine there being 14, 4 at Sandpiper, Redwood Shores, and Fox, where we're doing the construction, and then 2 each at Cipriani. 2 at Cipriani. So a little bit of details about where that work is going to be. So at Fox right now, so currently that you have your MUR, the 3 kinder classes there, and this area over here are bathrooms. Over here we have 3 classrooms, and this equivalent area in the middle is storage. So we're basically just mirroring that setup. So we're going to turn these 3 into TK classrooms. It did trigger some code additions that involve new doors and new windows over here, and then building a bathroom in this area in the middle to kind of mirror the design of the one across from there. It'll be slightly different, but it will be up to code. Then at Redwood Shores, so currently Redwood Shores has this area of when kindergarten and TK classrooms are the same. So we're kind of talking about them interchangeably. So this area right now, we have 4 of these classrooms. Long-term, they're going to have 2 kinder classes and 4 TK classes, so a total of 6. So we're going to have additional bathrooms built into this interior hallway here. The reason there is that it really allows, well, first of all, most of Redwood Shores' classrooms don't have interior hallways anyway, and this way it doesn't encroach on the footprint of the classroom. So the bathrooms will be going into the middle area here. As we were meeting with staff, we also heard from staff that they requested extra staff bathrooms there. So we were fitting in an additional adult bathroom here in addition to the student bathrooms. And then Sandpiper. So currently, so this is the front office. This is how you walk into Sandpiper, and we have the 4 TK/K rooms here. Like Redwood Shores, they're going to need a total of 6. So these 2 classrooms here will become K/TK classrooms, and they're going for an interior bathroom. So it's going to take like the corner over there. So that is the scope of construction that is happening this summer. And we can discuss more detail about the price when we get to the action item. Yes.
The classrooms that are going to be kind of converted, are they in use for a different grade level currently, or are they completely vacant?
They're currently in use, so there will be some moving required for this to happen.
And we're pretty confident that with the enrollment trends and everything, that's going to be the spaces.
I mean, Sandpiper has already moved from a 3-strand to a 2-strand school, so we're already seeing that come across. This isn't necessarily a bet.
Right. So this is
reflective of what's been happening. So even if we weren't adding TKs there was going to be fewer 2nd grade, fewer 3rd grade as our small cohorts age through.
okay. So the 5.2 million, do you want me to defer that question to the action item?
You can
Okay.
either way.
Can you explain so if that's the guaranteed maximum price, is that, so when you're saying kind of we're saving money, is that the negotiated price? We haven't gone out for bids yet, correct?
We did go out for bids.
Okay, and so it's coming in at a certain price, and so that's where it's lower than what we kind of, the range we thought.
Correct. And I can go into those bid details on the next presentation as well. Okay. So that's TK. Deferred maintenance. So again, these are sort of like the larger pieces of deferred maintenance projects outside of, the things that our staff take care of. And so, I'm so sorry. I just realized I didn't update that scope line there. So progress to date, we completed the Ralston field drain repair. That is fully done. The field is in use. The other piece of work that came up at Ralston and actually across a number of our sites are roof repairs. So we had a comprehensive kind of roof assessment. At many of our sites, it can be done with just some patching or some additional waterproofing. The roof over the Ralston gym, however, is in need of a replacement. One of the conversations that happened was just like, well, do we think there's going to be anything we do with our facilities master plan that might undo that? I think the answer is no, we're not planning on ripping apart the Ralston gym. And so I think it is prudent to go ahead and do that replacement sooner rather than later, because the more that you delay it, the more water leakage can seep into the walls, and then it does end up being a more expensive project. So we did move forward with a design for that. It has gone to DSA for approval. The RFP has been issued. The bid walk was last week. 17 contractors showed up, which is very exciting. So we're anticipating a competitive bid. And then essentially what we're in process of doing is identifying other potential projects if the TK project ends up below budget. And so we do have, we have our about just under $10 million that was issued. When you issue a bond, you do have to spend 85% of it within 3 years. And so we are now able to kind of think about, okay, what are other things, now that we've gone from 6.6 to 5.2 and knock on wood, hopefully actually coming in under that because the 5.2, it includes contingencies. What are other things that we can think about doing? So that is in process. And the next steps, which will be coming to the board in May, will be to approve the Ralston roof bid so that we can get that scope of work done over the summer as well.
Can you remind me when the date we issued that bond was that started the 3-year clock?
November of 2023. Hold on, I have this somewhere. We have next summer to do it. So I've done the calculations. We have summer of 25, which means that it's November of 25. So -3 would be 22. Yep.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
The clock is ticking on that. Yeah.
It is, but most of this stuff happens over the summer, and we would have a full year to plan whatever's happening summer of 25. So I don't feel any nervousness that we won't be able to do that. I think it's more just about making sure that we're using that funding wisely. Yeah. And then finally, a facilities master planning update. So the overall goal of facilities master planning is to make sure that we have the information we need to make the right sort of short, medium, and long-term facilities and funding needs. So as some background, the last time we did a comprehensive facilities master plan was May of 2010. We did review that prior to the issuance of our bond to say, were there any other major things we need to do? We identified that TK was the greatest need. And then in September of 2023, we hired DTA to conduct a new facilities master plan. So since then, they have done a architectural room by room assessments. We've also done a comprehensive assessment from civil engineering, landscape, electrical, and mechanical. And we've done our community input surveys and sessions with staff, students, and the community at large. And so while they're still in the process of finalizing all that, next steps will be to review the logical project outline and approve the bond language. And as a reminder, like there's initial phase, which is assessing the possibility of what we need to do. And then eventually next year and ongoing, we'll move into the actual implementation plan. So that's going to be the actual prioritization of the laundry list. However, the first step is looking at the laundry list, coming up with evaluation criteria for the laundry list, and then essentially putting the laundry list into bond language to give our future selves the flexibility to implement and prioritize whatever it is that we decide are the priorities. And so going back to next steps. So on energy efficiency, our next steps are completing our punch list items. There's just been a couple of materials things with lighting, and then we'll be monitoring energy usage to assess savings, and we'll be updating the board now that all of our solar panels are finally online. We'll continue to monitor that. TK, the next step will be to approve the GMP and then construction this summer. Maintenance, the next step will be the Ralston gym roof replacement. So we anticipate that also happening this summer, and we'll be bringing a contract to the board in May. And then facilities master planning, the next step there will be for DTA to finalize the logical project outline and begin component 3, which is the preliminary master budget and schedule. The tactical next step will be for the board to, based off of what they're seeing in the logical project outline, approve the potential bond measure language, which we'll plan to have a draft of in May. Question?
Marie, if I could real quick, I just want to mention particularly for any folks who are listening to the board meeting or referencing the recorded version. The board did, as you all know, we had an extensive retreat on Monday where we spent several hours digging into the start of the facility master plan. I just want to let folks know that that presentation is going to be made available on the board agenda, the retreat agenda, if anybody's looking for that.
With the summer construction for the Ralston gym, the groups, I'm specifically thinking like outside summer camp vendors, Garza.
Correct. They will not be able to access the gym. We've already communicated that to them.
Yeah, so where we communicate that to them versus the city, right? The city helps communicate the field schedule, but we.
Actually, the city actually has rights to our gym over the summer as well. So they have the Ralston gym. Historically, La Garza uses the gym through the city's JUA. And they pay the city for the gym.
Okay.
And then they run a second STEAM camp and they use the MUR and that goes through our facilities usage. So it was communicated to both parties.
If we had set aside 6.6 million and we think we're to come in around 5.2 and change, that seems like we have about 1.3-ish million left over to spend on things like the Ralston gym project, et cetera. Beyond
Sinkhole was about $1 million.
good old sinkhole. Beyond the Ralston gym roof project, have you started envisioning where you might spend the rest of that funding?
Ball pit, maybe like a hot tub. So I've been working with our architects again, because I think the big question for this is there's one component, which is, are there major needs that come up that, we just like won't regret investing in? But there's also a question, which is any project that we do, are we sure that we're not going to undo it in a couple of years? And I think that is like the really, really big question of where is the intersection of there is, urgency, but also prudence when it comes to thinking about a lot of very uncertain decisions, the facilities master plan will land. One of the areas that we've landed on as a no regrets move is some technology upgrades. So we've been working really closely with Director Simon on that. And our previous bond language actually includes very explicit language for technology upgrades. So we'll be upgrading some hardware switches to improve internet services. And that's one scope of work that we think will be probably about $1 million. And then we are in the process of identifying additional nice to have projects. I think, again, knock on wood, we didn't see the single coming, but knock on wood, I don't think there's major urgent things coming up. So it's about what are things that we know are important and feel confidence that we won't be undoing as kind of the operating parameter. And since we have next summer to do the work, the plan right now is to kind of make sure and see what our final budget is once we finish that construction this summer, and then identifying the list of projects from there.
We had quite a bit of weather stress tests this last year. Do any of those issues stand out when you're formulating your list?
Roofing was the big one. Yeah. So that's sort of why the Ralston gym project and a number of smaller projects that we've been doing over spring break and break on other roofs as well.
So those have already been happening.
Those have already started happening. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And there's been some minor things too. Our existing bond language also allows for furniture. And so we've been doing kind of smaller upgrades here and there as well. Yeah, I do. I think that where we can do some accessibility upgrades, including here, is probably an area that would be a no regrets move.
Got it.
Yeah.
No regrets.
Along those lines, when the TK remodeling was designed and everything, Were there any things that were cut from the scope that we said, well, it's a little bit too much that maybe we want to consider reintroducing, since that is all new work that's has longevity?
Good question.
Honestly, no. Yeah, I'm trying to think about if there was anything cut from the scope, and not really. I mean, one of our design criteria for TK is that work can be done over a summer. So while there were more expensive options that were considered for bathroom placement, the deciding factor was if we think that's going to take 6 months to build, that was actually not so much cost. The
More
reason
time than money. Okay, that makes
exactly.
sense.
Kind of a detailed question, now that I'm seeing the maps again, the bathrooms, additional bathrooms that are gonna be along that internal corridor, at Redwood Shores. Are those gonna be facing into the classroom?
Great
rather
question.
than
Yes.
out to the hallway?
Yes. So this bathroom here opens into this classroom up here. This one opens into this one here, and this one opens into this one here. And then this is the staff bathroom that opens into that corridor. So these are all doors. So these 4 teachers essentially from their classroom can access that bonus staff bathroom.
What happens to that hallway? Like, in terms of transit through?
There is no transit through anymore. It is now just like a space.
Bathroom.
Been absorbed.
It's been a bathroom hub,
A space.
sealed off, I guess.
It's a sealed off space, I think you could do storage there, you could do, I don't know, like break out there, you can have. Yeah, but there's no more. Yeah.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah, and I think the alternative was to take up space in the classroom, which also because of the ways the classroom is laid out, you would actually lose much more than just that square footage. Like if you were to build a bathroom here, for instance, you kind of lose this usable space too. And so really allows them to preserve as much classroom space as possible.
So the kids will be transiting on the outside of the buildings now?
Correct, which they do for the majority of buildings in Redwood Shores right now. Yeah.
Okay.
Like over here, like most of them the buildings do have exterior doors right now.
So the only way to get the staff bathroom is through one of the 4 classrooms there?
The only way to get to the extra staff bathroom, yes. So there's also a staff bathroom at the end of this hallway here. And there's a door right here that leads to the outside. So right now, teachers, for instance, from like this building will walk over here and use this bathroom. So yes, this new bathroom is really just accessible through those 4 classrooms, but we're hoping that it lightens the load on the existing staff bathroom here that's being shared by others.
Trustee Bruno?
Can you go back to that one? The bathroom that you're adding,
Down here.
I mean, again, I'm sure whoever wrote this, you guys know, but I thought the standard for whatever kindergarten classroom was having. The word I thought I heard at one point was its own bathroom, but this is not, obviously not the case.
Yeah.
But that third room doesn't even connect to it. At least from the way I'm saying it.
Yeah, so which is how it is over here right now as well. They're not individual bathrooms inside the classroom, and that's actually not part of the code. It's for convenience, it is nice to have a close by bathroom. And so actually the bathrooms that exist right here is shared among these. And so this way over here, we have the sinks over here, and it's still easy for the teacher standing here to monitor. These stalls are shared among them, which again is how it works over here as well.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, we can move on to item 14, which is an action item, approval of the guaranteed maximum price for project number 23-01.
Great. So as mentioned, the board has already awarded a contract to Block Leonakis. So this is not a new contract per se, but just a clarification of the existing contract. And so specifically, it's a updated schedule. So now that they've gone out and bid and we know the exact scope, we have an updated schedule here. And then in the updated, the detail that goes behind the GMP, what you see is for every single component of the construction. So for example, demolition, reached out to 5 companies, 1 provided a bid, flooring reached out to 4 companies, 2 provided a bid, et cetera. So you see all the details of the bid that went through every single component of this and how they arrived at the guaranteed maximum price, which is if you take the sum of all the bid details, and then kind of add on to that the general liability and pre-construction. And then over here, as I mentioned, there's a construction contingency. So allowing for any DSA changes that might happen, constructability, that's, we started digging and it turns out there's rock here. And so then we had to bring in an extra demolition, et cetera. Hazardous materials, again, just especially in the shores, who knows what you might hit. And then over time, I actually asked them to build this in. Right now, our schedule does not include weekends, and it is of utmost importance that this work is done before students get back. And so I wanted to build in a contingency for if we were to then include overtime and weekend work as a last resort for making sure that school starts on, or that those classrooms are ready in time. I again, like on wood, but I did actually ask them to build in a contingency, recognizing that our construction is happening over the summer when the board is not in session, that we hit an emergency. We don't need to convene an emergency session of the board in order to approve a contract. So that was a request from me to make sure that construction can go smoothly. And that comes out to 5.2 million, including that contingency. And I would just put several more times just on that, but yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Bao. Any questions?
I have a motion.
I would love a motion.
Move that the Board of Trustees approve the contract amendment for the guaranteed minimum maximum price for project number 23-01 TK Classrooms project as presented.
Can I get a second?
Good to go.
I'll second it and then open for discussion.
Yes.
I just didn't get a chance to say it before the motion came in. Thank you for all your due diligence on this and cranking out all the numbers. And I would expect most of the time you get this contract and you come back and say, it was more than what we thought, but coming less is fantastic. And it's just music to my ears. So thank you for very hard work on that. Okay, end of discussion.
Thank you. All in favor of approving the contract amendment for the guaranteed maximum price for project number 23-01 TK Classroom project as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. None opposed, it passes unanimously.
Saving money should not be opposed.
And then item number 15, declaration of need for fully qualified educators. This is going to be presented by Ms. Eastburn, the Director of Human Resources and Administrative Services. And this will be an action item as well.
Good evening. Each year, the board is required to adopt a declaration of need for fully qualified educators as part of education code. This declaration certifies that the district has made reasonable efforts to recruit fully qualified teachers. If that does not happen, then we are able, under this declaration of need, to then look for others who have either scheduled to complete initial preparation requirements or a candidate who is qualified to participate as an intern. The attachment shows our estimation of need based on previous years' usage. Typically what we see, people coming from out of state, we may need to get a waiver for their CLAD, their language acquisition certificate. And that usually takes less than 6 months. Sometimes when we get down to the wire, we need ed specialists, special education, mild mod or mod severe teachers that may be in an intern program. So those are the typical areas. So we've estimated those numbers in your attachment. So it is recommended that the board adopts the declaration of need for fully qualified educators.
Thank you, Ms. Eastburn. Any questions? All right, great. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move that the Board of Trustees adopt a declaration of need for fully qualified educators as presented.
Can I get a second?
A second.
Seconded by Mr. Koss. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. None opposed. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And then the next item is also from Ms. Eastburn, also an action item.
So this is also another yearly request for variable term waiver that allows the district to hire substitute teachers that do not or have not passed the basic skills test, but who have the bachelor's degree. There is some legislation or some changes through the credentialing, California credentialing, that is looking like they're going to get rid of the basic skills requirement. Hopefully that goes through soon. But this allows us to do so under this waiver. So with that, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the variable term waiver request for 30 days substitute basic skill requirement.
Thank you.
Quick question. So when it says waiver is good for one calendar year, this is gonna be for next January through December?
This is,
Also 2025?
it's a calendar year for the person who has the waiver.
Oh, okay. So it's not.
We get this waiver every year to allow us to hire somebody under this provision
And it's good through
for them for a year.
so it's good for, but so for us, we do it yearly, but it's for, it'll cover the next school year.
It'll cover that person for a year.
Okay. Thank you.
And sometimes it gets reapproved because it's just the way it works.
So, yeah, so I recommend that the Board of Trustees approve a variable term waiver request for 30-day substitute basic school.
You motion.
I motion.
You recommended. That's what she does. You motion.
Oh, yes, I motion. I motion that the Board of Trustees approve a variable term waiver, 30-day substitute basic school requirement.
Can I get a second? Seconded by Mr. Leinbach.
Thank you.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No no's, passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Eastburn.
Thank you.
Next item is item number 17, the 2x2 debrief of our meeting with the Sequoia Union High School District. And for this, we're going to hear from Superintendent DeGuara.
So April 1st, we had our frequent meeting with Sequoia trustees and superintendent. I think this was our third meeting this year, second meeting this year? Second meeting this year. On the agenda were two things from BRSSD. We wanted to share information about Prop 28 and our music continuum. We were able to share what the district's next steps were in terms of adding 3 music teachers to support 4th and 5th grade music as well as primary music in an effort to grow our middle school population and again pass on more musicians to Sequoia. We also talked about the Sequoia visit that Trustee Leinbach shared during his update. We were able to tour Nesbitt with one of their trustees and superintendent. It was a really nice visit, built that collaboration and cross-district work. Sequoia on their side shared a little bit about their strategic plan that they were extending the work and wrapping it up this year. So we should expect to see more and hear more on that. They also had streaming course offerings. I think that was actually a carryover from our first, but it was a nice conversation, I think, more than anything this time. And I'd pass it on to Trustee Howard and Brett. Good evening.
Hello, we're back on.
I think we're back. Yep.
There we go.
YouTube is still. Actually, YouTube just went off.
I can't get on, you know?
Might be.
Jim?
Yeah, I think it's.
Share.
YouTube is still. It's on.
Great.
Okay.
So continuing on, I'd pass it on to Trustee Howard and President Northrop to add any more detail.
Thank you, Superintendent Jaguara. Trustee Howard, do you have anything to add? I don't as well. It was a great meeting, always great. Appreciate the opportunity to collaborate with Sequoia Union. Yeah.
I will say our next meeting is May 1st, tentatively scheduled. So if there's any topics from trustees that you'd like to kind of put on our radar as we're building that agenda, please feel free to share them with me.
Thank you. Item number 18.
Could I ask a question?
Yes, yes.
Oh, thanks. So you said streaming course offerings. Could you elaborate a bit on
Streamlining.
Streamlining.
Oh, streamline. Oh, I thought
Yes.
you were like distance space.
Oh, no, streamlining.
Never mind that.
Thank you. All right, item number 18, future board meeting agenda items for May and June.
Yes, it's kind of amazing that we're in May and June already, the final stretch of the school year before we hit summertime. The springtime is always busy when it comes to budget approvals and outcaps. There's lots of plans coming our way on top of looking at potential bond language and bond resolutions. Looking for regular agenda highlights will be Sandpiper. We have a public hearing for the budget in May, LCAP public hearing, remembering that the public hearings have to be 30 days in advance of adoption. So making sure that we're aligned there. Facilities bond update, again, draft resolution will be coming to the board to determine next steps moving forward. We'll also have a parcel tax oversight committee report. Looking into June is the adoption phase, the budget adoption, the LCAP adoption, local dashboard indicator adoption, public hearing, statement of reserves, public hearing, resolution for Proposition 30, education protection account, and then the potential bond resolution language so that we can get paperwork filed by the August deadline. Busy couple of months, but exciting.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, or suggestions for future board meeting agenda items? Just one thought I just had looking at this right now. With the bond oversight committee meeting.
Bond or parcel tax?
Well, I know there's the partial tax.
Yeah.
I thought I had heard that with with the issuance of the bond for TK, we would have to have a bond oversight committee. Okay, do we need to have a report from them?
You will. The
Okay.
Bond Oversight Committee has opted to provide annual reports on the calendar year. With the rationale that since construction so the role of the Bond Oversight Committee is to look at bond expenditures and say whether it was in accordance with, the language that was passed. With the majority of work happening over the summer, the Bond Oversight Committee felt like it made more sense to give the Board of Trustees a December update rather than an April or May update in which they're generally saying the planning fees are in accordance with it. And then the following year, they'd be reporting on something that happened nearly a year ago. So,
Okay, great. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much. So we'll look forward to that in December.
yes.
Great.
We are also still seeking seats for the Bond Oversight Committee. If anyone on the board knows anybody or anyone listening is interested in being on this very exciting council.
Anyone?
Great. Great. That's it for me. Sorry, so I believe we do not need to go back to closed session. So I am going to motion to adjourn. Would somebody like, yes, Trustee Howard.
So, Dan, going back to future board meeting agenda items. I see that we're getting to the bond resolution in June. Get out the vote campaign committee formation. That's not something that we do exactly, but something that needs to be done at some point. Where are we gonna start discussing that sort of thing?
The district is allowed to provide information to the community about their intent to place a bond measure. We actually are in the process of doing informational mailings that show the community our intent, as well as ask for feedback. In terms of advocacy groups that may form outside of the district, those are groups that form totally outside of this group and district employees.
Yeah. And then the EEC Education Excellent Campaign. We are directly and indirectly working on an MOU there. When do you expect that might come to us?
So I am, as I shared in my superintendent update, that is something that I've been working with PTA and school force to align around. That MOU is based on each individual organization affirming their support and working collaboratively through the ECC. So there are some details to work out. There's preferences that each organization has, and I'm working with them to find that common ground. We've currently set up a deadline of May 10th to have that MOU wrapped up. I've been spending most of my time right now in terms of working to find pinch points, to find areas that we might coalesce around, to look at what 2.0 might look like. And I am hopeful that the groups will come together in alignment to have us move forward with it next year.
Is that something that the district or the board needs to act on, or is it something that is independent of the board? It's just be an information item for us?
Yeah, so technically, as the MOU currently is set up, each PTA has one vote, school force has one vote, the district has one vote. Within the MOU, school force, as I recall, appoints somebody to co-facilitate. PTA appoints somebody to co-facilitate. And right now we're kind of in limbo a little bit with the consultant work that we've done. I'm working with two individuals to kind of coalesce that facilitation and get us there. Yeah,
I guess what I'm asking is when you're there,
yeah.
is that's outside groups or does it come back to this group?
The district has a vote on it, and I represent that vote. So it doesn't come back to the
information, not something that we have to act on.
right.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
Great. Any other topics? Great. So can I get a motion to adjourn? Motion to adjourn by trustee Bruno. Motion. This meeting is adjourned at 9:19 p.m.
Motion, 1 second,